The HealthTree Foundation for Multiple Myeloma provides a set of rich programs and tools for all myeloma patients at every stage of care. We put patients first in everything that we do, from the creation of new programs to the design of our tools. Our programs are meant to accomplish two goals: to support and educate patients and caregivers, and to advance a myeloma cure. We've created remarkable programs that we hope help you become a better self-advocate so you can obtain your very best outcomes. As a myeloma patient myself, these programs are what I wanted when I was diagnosed. I hope you can take advantage of these very valuable resources to successfully navigate your myeloma and to help us accelerate a myeloma cure. The HealthTree for Multiple Myeloma news site is a news feed of relevant information about myeloma in patient-friendly language. We are lucky that so much development is being done in myeloma, but that also means we need to stay up to date as things are changing quickly. Subscribe to the weekly newsletter so you can follow major advancements, read patient stories, use the search button to search over 10 years of information about myeloma, find a myeloma specialist for a second opinion in our directory, or learn from additional resources on this valuable site.
The goal of our HealthTree for Multiple Myeloma community events program is to connect, educate, and support patients and caregivers on different aspects of myeloma. We have chapters or different groups based on topic or geographic area that meet regularly online. For example, we have geographic chapters in Southern California, Florida, and the Northeast, Southeast, and Mountain West regions of the United States. We have chapters that meet based on topics of interest like fitness and nutrition, immunotherapy, or even stages of diagnosis like a chapter for newly diagnosed or relapsed refractory patients. We have chapter groups dedicated to rare forms of myeloma or related diseases like amyloidosis, non-secretory myeloma, and plasma cell leukemia. We also have chapters for African Americans and patients that speak Spanish. Forming these groups creates a powerful bond, a larger network, and incredible research opportunities as we join together virtually and occasionally in person once a month. It's a privilege to get to know so many myeloma patients, caregivers, physicians, and supporters intimately and support them in their journey. I absolutely love my job.
From the video.
HealthTree Myeloma
Yeah, I don't know.
Roundtables are
It's saying that
live events featuring top myeloma experts. They're designed to provide in-depth and accessible overview of the landscape of particular myeloma.
Yeah, I don't hear anything
and
now.
Myeloma roundtables
Just
skip that.
particular topics of myeloma, not just
Okay.
Online audience can
help
just
put things into context for patients to learn and understand more about their disease, how to best live with it until cures are achieved. Whether you're newly diagnosed,
I'm gonna start
relapsed
public on
refractory,
YouTube, or-
want to learn about myeloma testing,
we should probably see if
genetics,
it
side effects,
even
latest
works yet.
research and cutting-edge therapies.
Well, it's just
Myeloma
gonna,
roundtables.
you're not going to be able to hear anything.
Each has moderated discussions, and the best thing I think about our myeloma roundtables is that they always have extensive time set aside for the audience to ask questions. This allows for interaction with the speakers and often provides insights that can't be found in papers and studies. Our goal is to help you ask the best questions
You can hear it there.
so you can have more productive visits with your healthcare team.
Yeah, it
We
also
host
looks
6
like we're picking up
roundtables each year.
other stuff though.
Live stream, record,
What?
and post each event on our website.
Picking up
We call them roundtables because we believe everyone
mute the
touched
other
by
microphones.
myeloma, patients, caregivers, family members, researchers, physicians, nurses, and anyone else who comes into contact with myeloma patients deserves a front seat at the table when it comes to the best diagnosis, the best treatment, and a realistic path to a cure.
Whether you are a caregiver or a myeloma patient, the HealthTree Myeloma Coach program is designed to help you find one-on-one support to fit your needs. You might be looking for emotional support, more information about myeloma, or just someone to talk to. No matter what you're looking for, coaches are trained volunteers and offer their personal experiences and resources to help. You can find a coach in your location or with specific areas of experience that would be helpful to you. You can connect in a way that works best for both of you, by phone, email, video chat, or in person. You might even want to become a coach yourself to help someone else on their journey. Orientation and training are provided to the coaches using our extensive HealthTree University curriculum, so answers to common questions are never far away. It's the personal experience that sets HealthTree Myeloma coaches apart. Having myeloma can feel so lonely and isolating. When my husband was diagnosed with myeloma over 7 years ago, I wanted to talk to someone who was close to my age, balancing children at home, working, and caregiving, to learn how they did it and what had helped them. I wanted to talk to someone who could personally relate to what I was experiencing. The HealthTree Myeloma Coach program can provide these types of connections. Knowing there are others who can relate can make all of the difference. I love leading this program because it truly helps us meet people where they are, provide personalized resources and support, and shows patients they can live a happy and full life, even with a myeloma diagnosis.
Educated and empowered patients tend to have better outcomes. HealthTree University for Multiple Myeloma is designed as an online myeloma curriculum to meet all myeloma educational needs, whether you are a newly diagnosed myeloma patient or a myeloma patient expert. HealthTree University includes dozens of online courses with hundreds of lessons. Each course consists of multiple video lessons focused around a single topic. These lessons are taught by the myeloma experts who are world-renowned and treat hundreds of myeloma patients each year. They are the leading researchers in the field, with their findings being published in well-respected medical journals. The lessons also include video animations and graphics to help make difficult concepts easier to understand. Quizzes follow each lesson to evaluate the understanding of the topic. HealthTree University is continuously updated as the myeloma landscape changes. We are constantly interviewing myeloma experts at our roundtable meetings and key myeloma academic meetings to keep the curriculum up to date. When I was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, I believed in Doctor Knows Best, and I blindly followed my doctor's orders. As I've become more experienced, and as a former teacher, I realized the importance of arming patients with the information in HealthTree University. I want you to make informed decisions and become your own best advocate.
HealthTree's Black Myeloma Health Program is aimed at increasing awareness, education, outreach, and advocacy in our Black communities. I understand the need personally as a myeloma caregiver to my husband. We offer help and support for those who are on this myeloma journey, a blood cancer that African Americans are 2 to 3 times more likely to develop. We also have a higher incidence of the precursor conditions MGUS and smoldering myeloma. Our programs aim to promote awareness, education, outreach, and advocacy to this patient group. We are doing this by creating a blackmyelomahealth.org website, teaching the Black community about the signs and symptoms of myeloma, taking our programs and events into the Black communities where health and wellness education is perhaps not free-flowing, partnering with Black organizations to perform greater community outreach and awareness, growing our African American Facebook group and HealthTree community chapter, and creating education in HealthTree University for the Black community. Taken together, we strengthen our African American communities and we effectuate positive change.
The HealthTree podcast for multiple myeloma was our very first program that connects patients with myeloma researchers. In the podcast, I interview top myeloma researchers about key myeloma topics and about clinical trials. Finding and joining clinical trials is not an easy task for patients. We need to understand what trials are open, who can join, and which patients are the best fit. So to date, I've interviewed over 150 myeloma experts to connect you with their open clinical trials. The program's been viewed or listened to by over 2 million readers and listeners and continues to be one of our most popular programs.
Exercise has many benefits for patients, including reduction of fatigue, decreased fall risk, improved mood, and overall better quality of life. One of the most important benefits for patients is that being fit can maximize the number of treatment options available to you. Our HealthTree Moves program was created to build community and increase movement. Throughout the year, we have a range of fitness challenges in our mobile HealthTree Moves app that is designed for all fitness levels with the goal to stay accountable and continue or increase activity. We have found through these challenges that participants are motivated to hit the goals they set for themselves because they have a group of others to do it with. We are also expanding our HealthTree Moves program with a growing 5K and 1 mile series, so watch in your area for an upcoming event. Our goal is to bring awareness, build community, and get moving together.
HealthTree Cure Hub is a patient tool that helps you navigate your myeloma and at the same time accelerate a myeloma cure. We built HealthTree Cure Hub to provide you with easy-to-use, everyday tools that will help you make better treatment decisions in partnership with your healthcare team. In Cure Hub, you can track all your myeloma labs in a single place so you don't have to create or maintain a separate spreadsheet. Cure Hub can help you look ahead and find a list of treatment options personalized just for you that you can consider based on your prior therapies, genetics, and other factors. HealthTree Cure Hub can also search through hundreds of open myeloma clinical trials and narrow the list down to only those you are eligible to join. You can find and connect with patients that have similar experiences or genetics using our Twin Machine technology. You can also use our side effect feature, where you can see hundreds of side effects and thousands of crowdsourced solutions provided by patients. Learn from your peers to see what worked and what didn't to manage the most common myeloma side effects. I encourage you to sign up for HealthTree Cure Hub and investigate all the tools provided to help you make the best decisions possible.
More than 11,000 patients have joined HealthTree Cure Hub to contribute to research aimed at accelerating the cure for multiple myeloma. Because so many patients like you have contributed your myeloma story, we can now use this real-world data to reach faster conclusions and answer key questions such as, what are the best induction therapies? How are patients making treatment decisions at relapse? What are the best treatments for specific genetic subtypes? What are the outcomes of novel treatments like CAR T therapy?
Patients have pressing health questions. Therefore, we need a practical way to help inform these key treatment decisions today.
Our HealthTree for Multiple Myeloma research program partners with investigators to answer critical medical questions.
We facilitate the ability to run queries on anonymized data and enable investigators to ask you questions.
We would like to thank you for contributing and responding to these surveys and participating in the research.
Because when you do, you improve clinical care in the immediate future.
If you haven't already, please join us in HealthTree Cure Hub to contribute to answering the critical questions myeloma patients and researchers are asking today, and to help us drive faster to a myeloma cure.
As we identified the tools you needed to successfully navigate your myeloma, we realized that third-party software was not going to be ideal. It was too disjointed and it didn't work the way you wanted it to. We have now built over 10 integrated software tools to support myeloma patients and caregivers. Nothing like it exists for any other disease, anywhere. To make it easier for you, each tool is part of a software suite where you can create one account using single sign-on. We use the latest technology and security methodologies to ensure your information is safe. Our development team of over 12 members ensures that we will continue to support you as we add new products and services that we roll into the HealthTree platform. We listen and respond to your input, so please feel free to share your thoughts so we can make the platform even better over time.
HealthTree for Multiple Myeloma has a diverse team of patient navigators who are always happy to help by phone or online chat. For newly diagnosed patients, knowing where to start can feel overwhelming. Our team can help you understand your disease, your type of myeloma, and suggest questions you may want to ask to your care team. We can help connect with a myeloma expert and explain HealthTree resources that can help you navigate your individual situation. For relapsed and more experienced patients, we can guide you through resources you may have not known existed. For example, understanding and keeping track of your myeloma is an important way to better advocate for your own care. Our team provides support for HealthTree Cure Hub, a tool that helps you navigate your myeloma while also helping move myeloma research forward. Our medical experts can help you gather all of your medical information into a single place, even for multiple facilities. This helps you keep an eye on your myeloma markers and track your key labs so you can more easily watch for relapse and ask better questions in the clinic about your next potential therapy. Our team includes African American patient navigators and Spanish-speaking patient navigators to provide more personalized support for those who may need it. Let us help you prepare for upcoming clinic appointments or better understand your disease by calling 800-709-1113. As always, we're happy to help.
For more information about our programs, visit healthtree.org. Welcome to today's Health Tree Roundtable for Multiple Myeloma. I'd like to introduce Jenny Ahlstrom, founder and CEO of the Health Tree Foundation, and a myeloma patient herself. Here's Jenny.
Should I leave it on? By touching the power button. Yep.
So,
testing, testing. Test, test, test.
welcome, welcome. This is our final roundtable of the year, the last of 8. And this is our second time in Southern California. The last time we were in Southern California, It was on March the 7th, 2020. It was literally the last Saturday that we could have had an event before the pandemic lockdown. And we had Dr. Berdeha and Dr. Chari and Dr. Patel scheduled for that. And I can still remember getting a call from Dr. Patel on her way to the airport saying, I just got a notice from MD Anderson that we can't travel. I have to turn back around and go home. And then I said, well, why did you answer your phone? So first of all, a couple of housekeeping issues. Each of you has a packet, and on the right side of your packet, there is a copy of today's agenda, a brief thumbnail sketch of our speakers, and then also 2 forms. You'll find out more today about 2 programs we have called HealthTree Cure Hub. If you don't know about them already, well, you should. And Myeloma Coach, and if you have any interest in that, let us know. And on the very back is an evaluation, and I would really appreciate your comments on that. And if you have written comments at the end of the day, just write them on the back, and you can just drop all of these papers off on the desk where you registered. On the left side is more information about us. There's an important information about the PROMISE study, which we really care about, and I hope you all participate in. And we also have the brochure, many of the brochures of our generous sponsors. Today's program is slightly different from any program we've ever done. We're going to begin it a little bit differently. One of the things I know everything about myeloma that's not medically related. So, you know, take me with a grain of salt. And one of the things that I have learned since 1998 is in 1998, it was very common for people to go on the internet when they were diagnosed with myeloma and see, oh, you've got 3 to 5 years to live, and you know, hopefully you'll live that long. What is unfortunate in today is that there are still newly diagnosed people finding these old stories, and we still have community oncologists who really don't keep up with what's going on in myeloma, and they tell their patients, well, it's 3 to 5 years. And that couldn't be further from the truth for the vast majority of you. And so that's what this morning is all about. And then this afternoon is about how you can live with myeloma and to give you some strategies and ideas of how you can live better for yourself and be a better patient for yourself. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our founder. I will be aggravating you all day today, trying to keep us on schedule, so take me with a grain of salt as well. And now I'd like to turn it over to our founder, Jenny Ahlstrom. I just want to tell one quick story. When I first met Jenny Ahlstrom, the first point she made to me is the way I am going to get cured is by being engaged in my disease and getting other people engaged in their disease. And ever since that first conversation, she has put up and she has shown what we've done. And we have grown from 3 people to a staff that's more than 40 people. And we do a lot of things behind the scenes for you. And you'll learn a little bit about that today. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Jenny Ahlstrom.
Okay, thanks so much for coming today. It's so nice to see you here. Before we get started, and I'm so happy, some of these physicians have come all the way across the country and from all over the country to be here. So we're just so happy to have you. So thank you so much for coming. They're really amazing individuals and amazing myeloma specialists. And you're going to hear me repeat that over and over again today, the importance of a myeloma specialist. But I think after today's session, you're going to understand why. So I want to thank our sponsors first. And they have tables. Some of them have tables out here. So please, during the break, go see the tables and learn more. Takeda Oncology, Bristol Myers Squibb, Janssen Oncology, Sanofi, GSK, Amgen Oncology, Karyopharm Therapeutics, Genentech, and Legend Biotech. I'm just going to give you a little bit of an overview of everything that HealthTree does. So we were formerly named Myeloma Crowd when we first started. I was diagnosed in 2010. After I finished treatment in about 2012, then we started the foundation. And Greg's right. We started, with just me, and then we added a couple people, and now we do have a bigger team, and I'll show you a picture of that. But this is our vision, our mission, and strategy. We've taken a different approach because we have tech experience. So it's kind of unusual for a patient advocacy group to have an internal software development team as part of that. But as you see these programs that we built, I kept seeing gaps in what I wanted as a patient. Like, why can't I find a myeloma specialist online? Why isn't there an online directory? That seems so basic to me. That should exist. Why can't I learn more about clinical trials? I tried to join a trial. I called like 8 facilities. I got a call back from 2. And I just realized this is a harder thing than, everybody says, oh, join trials, but that's not very easy. So how do we go about doing that? And so we're blending two general ideas. Number one, we want to support you in the community. So we have all these programs, and I'm going to go through them in more detail. But as a second objective, we do this too. We want to accelerate myeloma research. So how do we facilitate that better and faster and cheaper? Because we don't have time to wait. We came up with this, campaign named "Can't Wait for a Cure," and back in the early days, and I still feel that way. I still feel like the clock is ticking for me and all of you. And how do we come to these conclusions faster so that we find a cure for myeloma? That's the ultimate objective. So, and some of the things that we're going to see and some of the things we've created, the HealthTree Cure Hub specifically, is a data portal where we can share myeloma stories with one another, and then we can facilitate research by these wonderful experts, and they can use that to see real-world data and what's happening with patients in the real world. I don't think I'm doing that right. Oh, there we go. Okay, so our team is about 60 people. This is our team. We have patient navigators on the phone, if you want to call them. They're the sweetest people ever. We have an in-house development team and product team, and some of those members were here yesterday at the workshop that we did for HealthTree. And we have people leading the coach program. Well, we're gonna talk about that, and you're gonna hear from some coaches today. And we have amazing people. We also have a wonderful scientific advisory board that helps advise us on where we go and what we do. So I want to just kind of run through some of the programs. It was frustrating for me to just go try to read clinical research. I didn't understand how to read. So we've created a website that's now healthtree.org/myeloma. You'll find everything on that website. We're trying to transition everything over from myelomacrowd.org to that new website. And last year we had over 850,000 unique visitors to that website for myeloma news. So if you want to try to stay up to date, we cover major conferences. We put information out as we see it, and we try to stay up to date. We try to put it in friendly language, so it's stuff you can understand, and it's not just a clinical report. We added recently a video journaling feature to that, or a journaling feature. So if you want to keep a journal for your family, you can do it in video, audio, or text. You don't have to share it. You can keep it totally private, but it's a nice archive for you and your family. You can share it if you want, but it's kind of healthy to record your experience as you go along, in my opinion. And I wish that had existed when I first started, so I could kind of look back on it, on my myeloma journey. We have myeloma events, and Audrey, will you raise your hand? So Audrey leads our webinar events. Last year she ran 136 online webinars on different topics. They're different than They're different than this roundtable. You'll see the panel of doctors here. She'll usually take one speaker and talk to them about a particular topic. We have different chapters, so like if you're headed to stem cell transplant, you might want to join the stem cell transplant chapter. Or if you're newly diagnosed, you might want to join the newly diagnosed chapter until you feel a little more confident. So she tries to tailor all that information. She's on track to reach 115,000 patients through that program this year. So I'm so proud of her. This is the program that I started with, which is what it used to be called Myeloma Crowd Radio. I've interviewed 156 specialists, and we do that on a particular topic. I just did an interview recently with Dr. Berdeja. And we were talking about AlloCAR-T and different topics, and I've talked to some of you also. And those are just kind of like to help me understand, like, what is this clinical trial all about, or different topics in myeloma. You're at a live meeting, so you're going to see what that's like today. We also have coaches. So can all the coaches stand up for a second? Stay standing, Eloise. These people are amazing. Experienced patients. Oh. Okay. You get a 10. These people are amazing, experienced patients and caregivers who want to give back. So they have volunteered their time, multiple hours a month, to talk to you on the phone and to help support you in person, on the phone, by computer. We have over 200 coaches. They have specialties, like some specialize in finance, some specialize in CAR-T, some specialize in DARZLEX, some, there are people who specialize in certain things. So please use our coach program. And you can use a coach for a week. You can use a coach for a few years. You get to pick your own coach. You're not assigned anybody. You can use multiple coaches if you want. So just please use that program. And Rosalind Height is our program director. Her husband has myeloma, and she's the nicest person you will ever meet. Heltree University. So I don't know if any of you know Cindy Shimlowski, but she's a 10-year survivor of multiple myeloma, very knowledgeable, former teacher, and she leads our Heltree University curriculum. So you're going to see us pulling the doctors out for different questions, but we'll ask them a question like, what's a monoclonal protein? Or what are light chains? How do I read my labs? Or what are myeloma genetics? And we've had lots of newly diagnosed patients say they binge watch their way through Heltree University. It took me personally about 6 years really to get up to speed, because I would go to a conference and read something online, but it just took forever, it seemed like, to get up to speed on this. And a lot of us don't have that kind of time. So we've organized it into a curriculum, and Cindy's been amazing at putting that together. So she's just stunning. So this is now over 600 video lessons. They're animated. So some of our videographers here are on that team. And we try to make it interesting, so it's understandable too. We're in the process of building our own clinical trial finder, which you'll see introduced early next year. We have a link to part of it where you can do some advanced filtering right now, but we'll have the more of extensive so it can be personalized. So one of the challenges in clinical trials is finding a clinical trial that you could actually join. You can't do that on clinicaltrials.gov, but if we're using this, that's our goal, is to have you search, and because it'll be connected to your records, it'll be able to say, oh, your creatinine count is this, or your platelet count is this, or you've had this many prior lines of therapy. You qualify for these 25 trials. So just look at the list. You could actually join as you're looking at your options. And please always consider a clinical trial as a treatment option. I'm a big fan of that. So we have a new app on your phone. You can download it, Android or iPhone, called Heltree Moves. And you can join fitness challenges. We do 2 fitness challenges a year. We do one in March and one in September. We're having an upcoming Fitness challenge for December, and that'll be fun. And those are just fun fitness challenges. You can take pictures and share them, and it just gives you a little extra incentive to work out with everybody wherever you are, at what level you can. But staying fit is important because it allows you to receive the most optimal therapies. So you always want to do whatever you are able to do to stay fit. We also have a new blackmyelomahealth.org website, and we are working on a program specifically for the Black community. So watch out for that as well. And then lastly, we are introducing, the coaches are testing this right now. We have our own social media platform that we're launching, and it's called Heltree Connect. And that will roll out to the chapters that Audrey runs, and then to the broader community. But that's another way of chatting with other people without all the other Facebook noise that you might get. So If you would like, we are doing some video interviews today. So if you would like to share your story about how HealthTree has helped you in any way, please feel free to, Clark, do you want to raise your hand? Well, look for Clark and just say, hey, I'd like to do a short interview. These are like 2-3 minutes, no more than that, about those, in any way. You know, if you watched HealthTree University and that was super helpful for you, we'd love to capture that in a little video. And then lastly, we have some slips in the back. We don't typically do a lot of fundraising, but if you'd like to make a donation, there's a slip in your folder too. So thank you so much for coming. I look forward to this day, and it's going to be amazing. Thanks.
So, you know, it's funny, when you plan these meetings, you don't notice that you make a mistake until once the meeting starts. And one of the things I just realized is we normally have bar stools for something like this. So the people in the back, you may not be able to see them as you should. But if I'd like to invite our faculty up, and Alex. So one of the things, and we did this for the first time at our last roundtable in Salt Lake City, and it went so well that I ventured to experiment again. So if Dr. Krishnan could sit here and the rest of you here. One of the experiences that I get in my professional life that you don't get is I get to go to professional meetings like the American Society of Hematology, and they all have, you know, times, socializing hours and things like that. And I get to listen in to people like this when they just talk amongst themselves about what they do. And that's usually where I learn more about this disease than these kind of things, quite honestly. So I thought it would be kind of neat. Remember I talked about how we still have misconceptions about what 3 to 5 years means. So now we've got literally four of the most esteemed people in myeloma in the world in front of us. So I thought we would just eavesdrop on a conversation with them about what the next 3 to 5 years means to them. And so with that, I will hand it over to Dr. Krishnan. Oh, let me introduce. I should introduce. So you can stand up. See, I am not good at this. So this is Dr. Krishnan from City of Hope. Hannon was the real name of Minnie Pearl. And we're all old enough, and I think most of us are old enough to know who Minnie Pearl is. And our final speaker is Ajay Chari from Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Krishnan. And when you see me waving, we'll be done.
Oh, okay. Thank you, everyone, again. And, you know, our good friend is not here, Dr. Nina Shah coined the term myelebrities. So I'm really happy that we have 3 myelebrities with us. And Greg's right, we talk a lot about, like, you know, what's going on in the trials, what's happening in myeloma, and just how the field's really changed over the years that we've been doing it. So let me start with Karina, who is probably the CAR-T from the beginning in terms of working in the lab and really has seen it grow.
So I became faculty about 7 to 8 years ago, so I think I'm the youngest here right now. But I think, is this one working? Do I need this? Can you guys hear me?
Nope, you don't need this one.
Can you guys hear me with this one? Sorry about that. So when I first started as a fellow, again, about 10, 11 years ago, you know, VRD was the thing that everybody was doing. It was the new thing that we were excited about. We had, you know, this bortezomib, which was like more targeted to proteins in myeloma patients, and it was great. But at the same time, when I was a fellow, oh, yep, sorry. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. So chemo and targeted chemo was becoming a big thing, and that was exciting, but there were still side effects, and we weren't curing people. And at the same time, I had joined the stem cell transplant group initially when I was doing my rotations, and I learned about this thing called T cells, and I actually failed immunology. I didn't fail, but I got my first B.
a B is failing for me, right? My mom put that in my head. But I got a B in immunology in med school, and I was like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. And then when I saw T cells that could actually kill cancer cells with solid tumors, this was actually in children with sarcoma. I just said, what is this? This is amazing. And so I joined a CAR T lab, and at the time, my mentors actually all told me that myeloma can't be cured, myeloma can't be treated with immune therapy, because that was the idea that, oh, it's a blood cancer, myeloma doesn't have, the flags that you need to target it, and there's all this misinformation out there. And so I said, nope, we're gonna find this. And so, of course, across the world, people have been working on this for 30 years, but right when I joined that lab, is when the first pediatric patient got CAR T cells in Philadelphia, Emily Whitehead, who there's a documentary out about right now. And so once lymphoma and leukemia got their CAR Ts, and once we found a great target for myeloma, I mean, it just took off. It took us a while to find that target, the right target, which I think we'll talk about later. But in these last 10 years, now we have all these new targets and how to finally kill that myeloma cell in multiple different ways, and seeing patients on these clinical trials that we have. We were just talking about this last night. It's a whole different world. And I know their perspective is very different than mine because I came in at a lucky time when CAR T cells were actually finally a thing. But I'll let you guys talk about how it was in the old days.
I was going to say, boy, she's young. Don't listen to anything she says. So actually, I have to say, so yes, I am much older. And I actually remember when I was training, myeloma was very depressing, and nobody wanted to go into myeloma. So, that the field of myeloma has really grown in terms of as a true specialty. You still have a handful of doctors that remain, but it was them. So when we used to have, not me, I'm not that old, but when they used to have myeloma specific meetings, it was like 5 people. They were that small. And now we have the International Myeloma Workshop, and you see hundreds of myeloma experts from all over the world. So that's how much interest and how much it's changed. And so that's what happens, right? So as soon, when I was a medical student, a myeloma patient would come in, and we did talk about 3 to 5 years, and maybe actually probably less, because people came in with broken backs and wheelchairs, and and just it was very depressing. And it's dramatic to go to now, where I have patients. I've been lucky to have been involved with the clinical trials with immunotherapy from the very beginning. So I actually still have a patient in the first CRB 401, which is now Abecma, the phase 1 trial that is 6 years in remission from that first CAR T. And I have several patients that I've spoken to, some of you who've done the same thing, where your last few lines of therapy have been without chemotherapy, have been purely immunotherapy, one CAR T, another CAR T, a bispecific. And it's dramatic to see that we're talking about 3 to 5 years of remission in this later line of therapy, when we would hope we would get it from the very first one. So it's been quite dramatic from my side.
So Greg's question's interesting. I did, even though I live in New York, I did med school here. I started about 30 years ago. There was a really interesting class, and I think our generation is probably the first group of doctors that got classes in not just medical, but talking to patients. It was called doctoring. So one of the electives in medical school was called, is it cancer and can I still have sex? The 2 questions that patients had, but were afraid to ask. And that class, and I'm using that also because I see a lot of caregivers here. You learn that in the first visit with a doctor about cancer, 50% of the information goes in one ear and out the other, because the patient is coping with the emotional diagnosis and all the medical information is not being retained. So the presence of a caregiver is so helpful. And that's point number 1. Point number 2, when we talk about these statistics, outcomes with any disease are always, and I think this is a theme you're going to hear, depending on patient factors like age, other medical issues, disease factors like your stage, your genetics, and treatment factors. So when we make these blanket statements about 3 to 5 years, it doesn't make sense if you look at that rigorously, right? So how does that encompass all of that complexity of patient, disease, and treatment factors? And secondly, statistics are always applying to these kinds of median survivals or always populations of patients, never an individual. So whenever, I don't spend too much time on these types of numbers, even 30 years ago versus now. And I do say, at a high level, this is what we can expect, but please remember that these numbers are never written in stone. Any doctor who tells you this is how much you're going to live, you should throw that out the window because we don't know. And as an example, I was just discussing this. I have a patient in 2018 that we discussed hospice because we had exhausted all available therapies. He had kidney function problems that made it difficult to get onto clinical trials. He fortunately got onto one, actually spoke at the FDA, and today he's alive in stringent complete remission with the longest remission he's had in his entire myeloma journey. And so what do we know, right? We're talking about hospice in 2018, and now he's great. And he actually, it's interesting, he had some existential crisis, and I think he did some risky behaviors, financially and otherwise, and so he has other issues to deal with, but myeloma is not the issue. And so just to close, I think in the next 3 to 5 years, it's going to be dramatic. I mean, we're seeing remissions with these T-cell redirection therapies, which we're going to talk more about, that are unprecedented, game changers, right? And so I think it's super exciting to see not only more patients get access to this, but also as they move up earlier, because people want everything like yesterday, but we do need to go in a stepwise fashion because when you don't have longitudinal long-term data, we don't know the complete safety profile of these agents, and especially when you're comparing them head-to-head with tried and true things that have been proven, we have to maintain equipoise and get that data. But I think it's a really exciting time, and I hope we'll be out of business.
So in the last 3 minutes, I'm going to ask you all guys another question. First of all, I should say that Dr. Patel is going to leave us right after her talk. So if you have questions for her, please ask them. She has another event. I don't think it's a myeloma event because the words Chris Rock were mentioned. So, so please ask questions. So what are you guys most excited about myeloma for 2023?
Combination immunotherapy to cure it for everybody. I mean, 2023 might be early, but I'm the young one that's really optimistic, so.
Moving away from continuous therapy.
I would echo, I think giving broader access of these therapies to patients, but also earlier, and as a result, giving what we call treatment-free intervals, right? So, and there's some, abstract just came out for Annual Society of Hematology. One of the bispecifics that is the only one of the few that has discontinued therapy, and the patients who were in remission are doing great. And so we have historically, and partly this is just a shout out to nonprofits like HealthTree. If you just leave it to industry, and we cannot dismiss, there's amazing industry sponsors here that would not have made this drug development possible, but to discontinue therapy requires patient advocacy, nonprofits, academia, and pharmaceutical companies to work together. And we finally have examples that you can discontinue therapy safely. Don't go running out and ask your doctor to stop everything tomorrow. But it's really an exciting time that not everybody needs to be treated forever.
Just in case you were wondering who likes to talk the most.
Thank you all very much.
So you can go right up there. So with that, we're going to do a little transition here. And so logistically, the future of these, we got the bar stools out there, so it'll be better. And we'll move these away. With that, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who you have met, Dr. Krishnan. Is it back on?
Slide advancer is really. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Thank you. All right. So I'll just start by just telling you guys, I'm going to be talking a little bit about maintenance therapy, and to Dr. Chari's point, I'm going to talk about some of the why we do maintenance, what we currently use for maintenance, but also look to the future in terms of what we hope we can change with maintenance. And some of that really focuses on Dr. Chari's point in regards to being able to not keep people on continuous therapy, because I think that is a question that many, many people certainly ask, like, when can I stop? And I think oh, okay, well, sorry, you're gonna have to wait to hear about maintenance therapy now.
All right. You do not have the glamorous Dr. Krishnan. So how is frontline therapy for myeloma changing? So I think it's always challenging because in these kinds of audiences, there are people who are very new to myeloma and there's people who know really a lot. So I'm going to divide it to make it simple. Myeloma 101 is everything in yellow. Myeloma 201 is the next few slides. So for all the topics, the take-home message. So when I began fellowship, we had these two classes of drugs, steroids and conventional. Everybody's favorite, right? Steroids. Conventional chemo was the second category. But now, we have 4 additional categories, right? So IMiDs, proteasome inhibitors, immunologic approaches, and this XPO inhibitor. And you actually have sponsors representing all of these 4 columns, which is pretty cool, right? They're all here. And it's like a math question. When you have this many choices, what are the number of combinations and sequences? It's really an endless question. So I'm going to divide my discussion here into 4 questions. What's our goal? The role of monoclonal antibodies, the role of transplant, and CAR-Ts. So let's start with the goal. Our goal is really a deep and durable response. So this is your Myeloma 101 version. The depth means we are able to detect such microscopic amounts of disease that our treatments need to be really good because we can detect more and more residual disease. So we really want to eradicate myeloma everywhere. And this is what makes myeloma unique and different than other cancers, because you can't just look at the bone marrow, you can't just look at the blood, you can't just look at the imaging. You got to look at it all. And that's why blood, your favorite, the urine studies, the imaging, PET scans, MRIs, and the bone marrow. And then we need to not only eradicate it, but you have to keep it there. Because so what if it's gone, if it comes back quickly? That's not enough. And what we know is that the deeper and longer lasting your remissions are, that's going to translate into living longer, which is ultimately the goal for all of us, right? So ideally, we want to not just do that, but with as little therapy as possible. And our best chance of achieving this goal is actually in the newly diagnosed setting. So with that, let's go to the 201. So we know that historically, it's not a good idea to save your good drugs for later, because not every patient is going to get to every line of therapy. And as you keep treating patients on the right side, the durations of these remissions diminish. So we want to use our best drugs up front and to eradicate that disease. This is a war against cancer, and you got to get that enemy suppressed as much as possible. But that doesn't mean everybody needs every drug forever. We need to be thoughtful about that, but it just means you have to hit the disease hard. So let's now move to monoclonal antibodies. So the 101 version of this is that in patients who are not getting a transplant, daratumumab with lenalidomide and dex, the DRD, as we call it, is a game changer. Longer myeloma remissions, actually these numbers are astounding, we'll see the numbers, and patients are actually living longer as a result of that. For the transplant patients, daratumumab given with bortezomib, lenalidomide and dex, or Velcade, Revlimid and dex, as you might know, DVRD, is looking really promising, and many US doctors have adopted this, and we can talk a little bit more about that. So myeloma 202 version, if you really want to know why is DRD such a game changer, these are all the regimens that we could typically use in patients without transplant. So there's this study on the left called the VRD, Velcade Rev-Dex versus Rev-Dex, RVD Light, this European regimen, Dara-VMP, the Maya regimen, which is the DRD, and the tourmaline. So what is this graph showing? It's showing you the blue line is what's the experimental arm. So what are we trying to do better than? And the pink arm is the control, right? So let's zoom in on Maya. That's the one that's a game changer. So Revlimid and Dex typically works for 34 months. And when you add Dara, we don't even know how long it lasts. It's over 56 months. And it's blowing everything else on this table out of the water. Now, we always do say don't do cross-study comparisons, but what you can see at the top is really what's the value add. And you can see that the addition of daratumumab extends, it's 50% better. And as a result, people are living longer. So this is why this is a game changer. DARA, Revlimid, and Dex is the unprecedented. People's remissions are lasting actually longer than what you would expect with transplant, which is really a game changer for these. Typically, look at the age of these patients at 73. So for older patients to be having this kind of outcome is why this is such an exciting time. But I think it's not there. Again, I really think, so first thing to mention here is just because we start with that, I think doesn't mean you have to keep everybody with all of these drugs forever, right? So you got to beat the myeloma to a pulp, but I encourage you all to talk to your team about reducing these drugs. Because if you're doing well, do you really need that initial dose forever? Can you reduce the lenalidomide, maybe because of fatigue, diarrhea, rash, low blood counts? And also, your favorite drug, dexamethasone. I think it's always interesting when you ask a patient, are you tolerating Dex? Usually they're fine, but it's the partner who's like, oh no, I know when it's a Dex day, right? So, but you don't need to torture somebody with those drugs if you've got a deep remission, right? You can back off and keep it there with as little as possible. So the transplant group, this is the, so everybody here gets transplanted, and there's 3 kind of daratumumab-based studies here, combining with Velcade thalidomide Dex in Europe, in the US study Velcade Revlimid Dex, and then the Dara carfilzomib Dex. So the number of chemotherapy cycles varies from like anywhere from 4 to 12. But what you see here is that the addition of Dara in these studies, the middle one, the Griffin, is the one that's the US study, 55% better remission duration with the addition of Dara. So that's pretty impressive. And so for that reason, we've really, a lot of us have adopted this. Important things for you to know about this is get your COVID vaccinations. So we are living in a whole new era, you know, even for Dr. Patel, who's our most junior person here, but COVID is new for all of us, right? So COVID wasn't around, and it's really changed, and I really emphasize for all myeloma patients, because the addition of daratumumab type drugs, the CD38, does blunt the antibody response to vaccines. So it's important to try to get vaccinated as much as possible beforehand. Get those boosters, that's really important. And contact your doctor if you get COVID diagnosed, because there are treatments for COVID, as you know, that can come in pill and injection forms, but they need to be given within 5 days of symptoms. So if you don't test promptly, if you don't notify your healthcare team promptly, you might miss those windows. And also you need to let your team know about any antibiotics or infections you're getting, because one of the downsides of the monoclonal antibodies like CD38 is the increased risk of infection, typically respiratory and urinary. So if you're getting a lot of those, you need to notify your team, because there are things we can do, like giving you a medication called IVIG, intravenous immunoglobulin, which can really put a stop to that. But we don't need to give it to everybody. It really depends on. So the interesting thing, I've just shown you all this amazing data for the daratumumab, and I was just at a meeting yesterday. I'm assuming all my colleagues, do you guys all use Dara Frontline? Yeah, okay, so you're seeing all 4 of us, you know, there's this joke, if you ask 4 myeloma doctors a question, you usually get 5 answers, but here you got 1 answer. The interesting thing is when you look at 2022 data, anybody want to take a guess of what percentage of US patients are getting frontline Dara? 8%. And this is why meetings like this need to be done. This is why we need advocacy groups, because changing practice, you have all of this data. These are high impact publications, oral presentations at national meetings. Why is this not being translated? And it's because community doctors, which is the vast majority of where patients are being treated, not in academic medical centers, are busy treating a lot of other cancers. As you know, myeloma is going to be a very small fraction. The big 4 are breast, prostate, colon, GI. And so to keep up with this is really challenging. So how do we do that better? Patients need to be their advocates. You need to learn. You need to work with a consultant and an expert. And in the video era, in New York, who wants to drive into Manhattan? I always say you don't get points for suffering, right? So if you can get good care without having to come to Manhattan, and now we have video visits, right? So I have a patient just the other day, one of my colleagues in the community, she called like, I have this patient, I don't know what to do, but she doesn't want to come to the city. I'm like, we'll do a video visit. Let's figure it out, right? Like, I don't care. I mean, of course, my hospital wants me to have patients come to get in chemo, but that doesn't matter to me. And to be fair, they're very cool with us being a referral center and not doing everything on site. So my point is, we need to, even though we have all of this data, if you're not actually implementing it, patients aren't benefiting. And part of the other reason I'm working with community doctors is there's like, I've been giving this regimen, VRD, forever, and people do great. Why should I do anything more, right? But that's 2000 late, right? And that's a Fergie song, I think. Okay, so moving to transplant. This is your myeloma 101. What's the role of transplant in 2022? So let's just clarify what transplant is, because I think there's a lot of misconceptions. It's high-dose melphalan chemo. Melphalan is a drug that's been around. It was one of those drugs that's been around for many, many years, even when I was in med school. And it kills everything in the body that grows quickly, and that includes cancer. But to avoid the bone marrow killing, you need your stem cells collected. So the real term is really high-dose melphalan chemo with autologous stem cell rescue, right? So those stem cells don't do anything to the myeloma without that melphalan that preceded it. And so that's probably the main contributor for why younger patients have been living longer over time. Study after study has shown that when you do a transplant, the duration of myeloma remission is extended, and conversely, because people also talk about the risk of transplant, right? Could it create harm? No study has shown harm with transplant. So that's really important to keep in mind, and I'll show you why in a second. But I know many of you have been through transplant. It does have an impact on your quality of life. No one's denying that. People do feel worse. It lasts about 3 months, and there's data for that. I'm not just saying that because, you know, the healthcare team can say what they want, but it's you all that actually go through it. And finally, once those stem cells are collected, they don't have an expiration date, so that's pretty good. There's no time stamp. 15 years, 20 years, we've used old cells. However, I ask the question, especially to my patients as they're getting older, if you're gonna collect your cells and you're already around 70 or older, are you really gonna be more excited about doing transplant when you're older? When, guess what, more things happen. Heart disease happens, kidney things happen, people get tired, people get less fit. So if you're gonna think about it, what are we waiting for, right? Actually, one more point. The decision whether or not to do a transplant should be based more on fitness. So in medicine and in oncology in particular, we're moving away from age and like, how fit is this person? Are they like a good 70? Are they a Jane Fonda 80, or are they like a wheelchair-bound 80, right? How do they respond to their initial therapy, and how do they tolerate the initial therapy? So if you get Dara-VRD, and you're having rashes from Revlimid, and you're having neuropathy from the Velcade, and you're not getting into a deep remission, well, transplant looks more compelling. If you're in a complete remission and no side effects, then it's a trickier choice. But that decision doesn't have to be made on day one of chemo, right? You can give a few cycles and then think about it, right? So there shouldn't be this pressure like you must do this. We have to debulk the disease anyway. So myeloma 202 version, if you look at Medicare, the SEER data, the US statistics about survival, this is over time. So the black is in the oldest era when Karina was not even born. And then the newest is at the very bottom, the lightest color. And so what you see is at the bottom right panel is the 80-plus-year-olds. Between 1973 to 2009, there's no improvement in outcomes. When you go to 60 to 70, 60 to 80, 66 to 80, there's slight improvement. When you start to get to the 50s and below 50, that's where you see the real improvement. And this is not with any of the fancy drugs that we've been all excited about. And so, we only got thalidomide, bortezomib, len in 2000. So why were those things happening? I would argue it's because of transplant, right? Because that's the only thing we had for all those years. So when you look at these 3 pivotal studies that looked at transplant versus no transplant, the number of chemo cycles differ. So one is the French study. You probably heard a lot of press recently about the determination study, which is the US study, and then there's an Italian study. And they tell you all the same message. At the top, you can see there's between a 35 to 55% improvement in the duration of remission with a transplant. I'll call you some special things in the bottom. In the French study, which has the longest follow-up, about a third of patients with transplant have not relapsed even after 8 years, which is, again, very impressive because these patients aren't getting CAR-Ts and bispecifics. This is just classical treatment. And with determination, this one actually showed a 224% improvement in high-risk patients, right? So particularly for high-risk disease, there seems to be a role for transplant. So what about the patient experience? This is the quality of life data that I was showing you that basically shows that when you look at overall health, physical functioning, role functioning, are you able to do things, side effects, The red curve is the transplant, and it is worse for 3 months after transplant, but then it resolves, right? So, and so this is an old 80s commercial. Some of you might remember, where's the beef, right? These three little ladies are looking at the burger and looking for the beef. And so my point with this slide is I know some of you, there's a lot of emotion with transplant. I feel like people come into this with like, I want transplant, I don't want transplant. I maintain equipoise. I would be happy to throw out transplant because I don't want my patients to lose hair and get admitted and have diarrhea and lose weight. But show me the data. And what I mean by that is it's not good enough to just show that you're equivalent. You have to show superiority. Because remember, all of these new regimens do not have the follow-up of transplant. I just showed you 4 decades of outcomes with transplant. Show me that with new regimens, and I'm happy to change. But until then, it's like a legal court system, right? In this country, innocent till proven guilty, right? It's the prosecutor has to prove that the innocent is not guilty, is guilty. And here, if transplant is innocent, we need to do better than transplant, and happy to do those with different strategies. And that takes us to, I think, our last topic, which is CAR-Ts. Dr. Patel will talk more about that in her section, but at a high level, you take out your T cells, which is different from your stem cells, different immune cells. You genetically modify them to make them angry, and you put them back to kill the myeloma, right? So that's basically what CAR-T is. So will it be a first choice? Maybe, but we need comparison. It's that same question I just asked, right? How are they going to compare head to head? So what are some reasons to think about CAR-T early? Well, the efficacy, historically to get a new drug approved in myeloma, when you've exhausted all those drugs I showed you on the table, it was about 20 to 30% response rate for lasting about 3 months. CAR-Ts are working in, say, 80 to 100% of patients, right? It's blowing that out of the water. So like 80 to 100 is the new 20 to 30. It's a game changer. So with that kind of response rate and durability, especially with this cilta-cel, or Carvykti is the brand name, keep in mind these are first generation CARs. We just started doing these, right? So we're very early. And these was in patients who've been totally beaten up with therapy, 5, 6 type different regimens of chemotherapy. So if we're getting that kind of response in these heavily treated patients, the question, of course, is how well might it do as you move up? Patient experience cannot be emphasized. When we have more and more choices, like the risk and benefit profile are comparable, your experience matters more, right? And you know what? I have so many patients that have gone through CAR-T, and if it wasn't for COVID, it's the first time in their myeloma journey that they're untethered from the cancer center. You don't need to be coming in for your weekly, monthly visits. You just travel the world. And some of our patients, I just had a patient who was finally able to go visit her family in Australia and Paris because she'd, penta-refractory, multiple lines of therapy, and it's a game changer. Safety is the big question, of course, when you're moving something earlier. So far, we don't see any increase in toxicity with less heavily treated patients, so that's encouraging. What about the cons of CAR-T? Is it going to be feasible? If your myeloma is rapidly progressing, it's hard to get through the whole process of collecting cells and then getting to actual CAR-T. And there's a tremendous limitation of slots. Every site has many, many more patients that are waiting for CAR-T than can get CAR-T. And efficacy, again, going back to my where's the beef question, we need long-term data, right? So far, we have about probably maximum 2 to 3 year follow-up, but that's not enough. When you have a transplant outcome at 8 years, it's really need more long-term data, both in terms of the durability of response. We need to know that even MRD negative patients, which means you can't detect disease, some of those patients relapse too. So especially for, we know that some of the places where CAR-T is not a end-all and be-all is for high-risk disease, particularly myeloma outside of the marrow. We call that extramedullary disease. And also not all CAR-Ts are created equal. So that's another reason not to jump up. And finally, safety. We don't have as much data in elderly people, so really frail elderly in particular. The safety in renal failure, bulky disease. We don't have long-term data yet on these products. COVID-related deaths have been known, infections, neurologic concerns, secondary cancers we don't have. And so I think in the interest of time, I'll skip this slide, but this basically tells you about how T cells are collected. And then this just shows the dramatic difference in how historically the response rate, the remission duration for pomalidomide, carfilzomib, dara, selinexor, and how long the remissions lasted. And look at cilta-cel, which is Carvykti, right? It just blows that out of the water. This is a game-changing time. And so some examples of studies in newly diagnosed patients at the top. where we're comparing, for example, Dara-VRd with Cilta-cel or Carvykti versus transplant, right? So that's an important head-to-head study for high-risk patients going straight to CAR-T, also the role of in the post-transplant setting. So a lot of different studies that are ongoing. And then my other, I was asked to debate at European Hematology Society CAR-T versus bispecific, so which one will win. And one thing I just saw, which I think was, so, I asked you what percentage of newly diagnosed patients are getting DARA, what percentage of patients in the US are getting transplant. This is a little bit older data, but the blue is the transplant patients, 12%. I was in Australia last week, their number is 70%. And I think part of that is if you don't have as many drug choices, you have to go with what you have, right? But this is the data, and my point with that is, we all want these CAR-Ts, which is like the Rolls-Royce Phantom. But the reality is, it's the Corollas of the world that are making the world go round. And I'm not making a cost comparison here. Bispecifics are going to be just as expensive to give, but what I'm saying is that there's 50 million Corollas being sold globally and far fewer Rolls-Royce. So until CAR-Ts become more widely available, it's going to be hard to do that. And then I just want to end on a really positive note, because I think we were asked to be talking about cure, which I don't think we can talk about enough. So this is not just me saying there's cures, this is data. So this is data from the International Myeloma Working Group, which was almost 7,300 myeloma patients from various studies around the world who got transplant. And look at so the way you read these curves is that if somebody's relapsing, the curve goes down, and if they're not, then it's flat. And what you're seeing at this bottom is there looks like to be a tail. These 15% of patients have not relapsed with 20 years of follow-up. So we are curing myeloma, and we need to do that in more numbers of patients, and we need to know whom we're curing so that we can discontinue therapy. But because the remaining patients have not been cured. So I don't want you to think like, okay, I'm cured, I don't need chemo, but we need to know who those are. And we are doing better, because if you look at the gap, so in the red line is what the age expected survival is, and in the black line is what myeloma is. And you can see with the most recent curves, that blue curve, which is the most favorable risk patients, they're approaching much, much closer to that flat line. But then the high-risk patients, we have a lot of work to do. And so this is why I said it in my introductory thing, which was that we have to stop treating myeloma as a one-size-fits-all. These patients are going to do very differently. We need to be thoughtful about how long those well-behaved patients, the good myelomas, can we discontinue therapy? And at the other extreme, we need to do a lot better for those high-risk patients. And just wanted to thank my entire team at Mount Sinai, and of course, patients and caregivers. All of the progress is because you all have participated in clinical trials. Without that, we would be stuck where Dr. Patel joined us many years ago. But thank you for your attention. Happy to
Thank you. And in the interest of time, I'll have Dr. Patel come right up. And while she's walking up, I was trying to think of how to introduce her. So the way I was thinking was, imagine the world of myeloma specialists being a high school. So she would be at the table at lunch with all the popular kids, but she would be inviting the rest of the kids to join them. So that kind of tells you, I think that's a way of telling you what kind of person she is. She's really popular, but always brings the people along with her and is a fabulous speaker. And she's at one of the best facilities in the world at MD Anderson, and she's going to demonstrate why it's one of the best in the world.
I was not one of the popular kids in high school. I was the nerd. I told you if I got a B, that was like a failure, right? So I read a lot, but I appreciate that. Okay. I think Dr. Chari did a fantastic job with that introduction of newly diagnosed and in relapse refractory. And once I get my slides up, I really don't have as much data on all of our CAR-Ts and bispecifics because, as you heard, 90%, 100% response rates is something we've never seen. But basically, what I want to talk about is the concepts and sort of, why we're seeing these things and sort of where we want to go in the future with these relapse refractory treatments. And what we're doing right now for early relapse versus, these new therapies are in late relapse, which is a problem. We can't get all our patients to these therapies because of access or because if their myeloma is high risk. We talk about risk. Thankfully, high risk myeloma is about 20–25% of patients. But if you have high risk disease, which is about 50% of my patients,
it's really tough. You know, we get through these therapies so fast that I really want to get them to these other therapies. So I think that in the next year, we're going to see all the data from the earlier lines of some of these immune therapies. And what I've gotten to see with some of my patients on those trials, where we really changed outcomes for both standard risk and high risk, but to add years and years to my high risk patients, is what really tells me that these new therapies are going to change everything by the time they're all retired, but I'll still be around. But hopefully, again, just curing everybody and then hanging out and giving talks everywhere, right? Of how we did it, how they help me, everybody else in the future do it. Okay, so relapse refractory multiple myeloma. There we go. Okay, so my overview, really, I'll just talk about the implications of being relapse refractory. What does that mean? We throw these words around all the time, and my patients usually like, what is that? And then the new and old targets. So I'll talk a little bit about translocations and deletions and what we're learning about the inside of that myeloma cell. What's driving that myeloma? And can we use therapies to specifically go after certain changes that patients have, certain FISH aberrations or cytogenetic changes? That would be an ideal thing, to have biomarkers that tell me the day I see a myeloma patient, based on everything I know on their cytogenetics, their FISH, what's on the outside of the cell, so I know exactly which of these therapies to give them, but we're not there yet, and it's probably going to take a while. And so really, we're learning more and more, so I'll give you a little bit of that. And then overcoming clonal heterogeneity and evolution. So I'll talk a little bit about what are myeloma cells when we have MGUS, or smoldering myeloma, versus when you have active myeloma, and then what treatments can do to change what your myeloma is doing over time. And then specifically, I'll talk about the bispecifics and ADCs, and Dr. Verdeja is actually going to talk about the CAR-Ts today. So what is relapse disease? So obviously, the cancers come back, and as you saw, we are curing about 15% of patients, which is great, but we want that to be 70, 80, 90%, right? So how do we improve that? But for most patients, it is going to come back probably multiple times. Our goal is to make that time farther and farther each time with these new therapies, so that we have even other better therapies until we can finally cure more people. And in clinical, so there's people who clinically relapse, meaning that they have organ involvement that's causing symptoms. And again, these are the CRAB criteria we always talk about. So the calcium being high because there's bone disease or anemia or kidney function issues that happen. And really, we don't want to get to this. If we can find a way to treat patients before they get to this, that's what we want to do, because this is what causes symptoms, right? However, sometimes we can't actually catch it. It happens in between. Then there's progressive disease as a biochemical progression. So that's where I really want to make sure I'm watching my patients very closely. And when I see these numbers go up, right, those proteins in the blood, the urine, on scans, even if we see something early, this is where I want to catch my patients so that I can treat them earlier to make sure they don't have those clinical side effects afterwards, which can then affect your ability to go on clinical trial, things like that. And then refractory disease, again, means that the cancer stopped responding to a treatment. So a lot of patients will potentially, stop treatment because they've done so well for a long time. And if it's been many years before you relapse, then we don't call that refractory. But if you're on a drug, let's say you're on, lenalidomide or daratumumab, and you're relapsing on that, for instance, during maintenance, that means you're refractory to that drug. And why that matters is when we look at really important that you pick something that's only on myeloma and not on your normal cells, because otherwise you'll get really bad toxicity. So initially in lymphoma and leukemia, they found something called CD19. So they've had this for a long time. We tried it in myeloma. It doesn't work very well. So until we really figured out that BCMA, or B-cell maturation antigen, which is on myeloma cells, so 95% of patients have this, and it's usually on all the myeloma cells. So even though we talked about those different clones, all the different clones will still have this target on there, this flag. So now we have all these options of putting a T cell, the CAR T cell, right? You have this receptor that you put in there. It's night vision for those T cells. We grow them, then we give them back to you. So now they're like, you know, soldiers going in, directly killing that myeloma based on that flag that they're finding. And then the other, you know, bispecifics. So I call those handcuffs or magnets. On one end, they can actually pull the T cell, and they have a flag for the T cell on there, CD3. And then they have the BCMA or some of the other targets we'll talk about. And then they put them together and they activate the T cell so that the T cell can actually kill within your own body. So we're not taking them out and then making new CAR, the receptor in there, but still they'll take your own T cells and bring them together and kill. And then what was really, really exciting in the last couple of years is now we have new flags that we found on myeloma, which our lymphoma and leukemia colleagues don't necessarily have. So GPRC5D is another great target that's on myeloma cells. It is on some skin cells and other things, but nothing that's been known to be vital, so you know, like your heart or anything like that. But it's another flag on myeloma that we can use to get these bispecifics. There's CAR Ts that are in early studies now that are looking at really good responses. And then on the FcRH5, another big target. Again, most patients with myeloma have this on their cells. So, you know, these are all targets that are 90 to 100%, we see them on all myeloma patients. And so when I said earlier today that I'm really excited about combination therapy, this is really what you know, excites me, that we talk about chemotherapy being combined together. And so what about immune therapy? So right now, we don't do this, but really the future trials are gonna hopefully look at the patients who don't, let's say, get that 4 or 5 years, you know, from their CAR T right now. Can we combine these to kill all the different clones that myeloma has with different targets and different mechanisms of action? So bispecific and a CAR T, or you know, other regular treatment like daratumumab and a bispecific. So there's studies with daratumumab and teclistamab, for instance, looking at pure immunotherapy, but combining them to see if we can kill all those myeloma cells once and for all. Okay, and then to kind of, you know, I'm an immunotherapy person, so I talk about that all the time, but there's also lots of things that are going on in the targeted world. So coming back to multiple myeloma and the changes we see in those plasma cells, and again, no one has 100% of any of these in their myeloma, but most people have 1 or 2 of these. Some folks don't have any, but really these are all those different genes that can be changed in the myeloma that helped make it become myeloma, or just tells us it's a little bit more aggressive. So there's different high-risk features. I'm not going to go into all of that. But what's really, really exciting is that for patients who have 1114, so chromosome 11 and chromosome 14 in the myeloma cell, something happened with them where they got translocated. This is not something people are born with. It's not, you know, a genetic abnormality that puts you at higher risk of myeloma. We don't have that. But in the myeloma cell, when it becomes myeloma, we can find this in about 15 to 20% of patients. And what it does is that there is, at the bottom, I'm not going to go too much into it, but there's a protein inside the cells that it makes high, something called BCL2. BCL2 is something that tells your cells to keep growing, to keep expanding. Usually all our cells know when to die. When they've done their job, they shut off. BCL2 tells it, nope, just keep growing, keep growing, keep growing. And there's a drug called venetoclax that we use in leukemia that actually blocks BCL2. So for those patients, the 15-20% of patients that have this, venetoclax has been this amazing drug that it's a targeted drug. And this is with Velcade, bortezomib. But you can see the lighter purple line. Patients are doing, you know, this was 36.8 months that most patients stayed in remission versus the placebo arm, which is the darker purple line, which is 9.3 months. So this is one of our first sort of treatments that we have for specific changes, genetic changes for myeloma. And hopefully, you know, there's going to be more and more as we're learning that we can have targeted therapies too. So really combining, you know, immunotherapy and targeted therapies is sort of where we're hoping to go in the future. And so with that, you know, I think combination therapy. So in second and third fourth relapse right now. Really that combination therapy, because of those different clones, we want to knock it down. That's really the goal right now. And single agent really doesn't work. So I've had some patients getting just 1 or 2 drugs where they don't have a great response, and we know that that doesn't work. We want the combination therapies. But once you have a great response, coming back to what Dr. Chari said, decreasing the doses so that we can make sure you don't have toxicity, right? That quality of life piece still has to be really, really with the other part of it. So, and what I'm really excited about is that these new antigens and these new targets we're finding are making us smarter so that we can target those myeloma cells better and hopefully decrease toxicity and really kill every last myeloma cell possible. And again, I think this afternoon you'll talk a lot more about the supportive therapy, but infections, especially with our CAR Ts and our bispecifics right now, most of my patients are getting infections that we didn't necessarily see before. So if you're getting fevers or anything's happening, talk to your doctor so we can look for those. That supportive therapy piece is so important for our patients to survive and have good quality of life too. These are great therapies, but they don't come out, they do have toxicity that we have to manage and make sure nothing bad happens. So with that, I would like to thank all our patients and caregivers. Again, without all of our brave people here, all my patients that take that chance to get a better life, I can't imagine having to make that decision, but because of that, you're helping so many other people, and hopefully we can finally cure this for more and more patients.
So I'm going to say goodbye to our online audience for 15 minutes, and then just a little bit of housekeeping. We will return back here at 10:35, and All right, let's all have a seat. We want to get started. We're going to have a slight adjustment to the schedule since Dr. Patel has to leave us a little early. I actually wasn't going to say why. You see, I grew up in Louisiana where, we don't tolerate corruption, we demand it. And so as a good Louisiana politician, I would have said, oh, Dr. Patel has a really pressing engagement this afternoon. It's a matter of life or death. But she's going to have fun tonight. All right, folks, let's come on in. And if I could ask, we're going to do a slight change since Dr. Patel has to leave early. We're going to switch and do the moderated discussion first and then go to Dr. Berdeja's discussion so that we can bring Dr. Patel to the airport. So if you all wouldn't mind having a seat up here, our doctors and our host, our president, our CEO. She's over there. She's got something else on her mind. Oh, she'll be in, yeah. Oh, actually, we're one seat short, aren't we? Todd? Where's Todd? And Tanner, could you get one more of these, please? Thank you. I misjudged because I was planning on her on leaving already, and since I switched, we didn't do it. Okay, so if you could just have a seat, and we'll bring another seat over for, I know. I am usually so much more efficient than this, folks. I really am. I don't know why. And before the meeting, I was telling Jenny I'm panicked because I'm not panicked, and now I should have been panicked, I realize. But we can start, and Dr. Patel is actually doing an interview, so it might take a second. So if you don't mind, we can just start here, and I'll bring the chair over.
Yeah, I'll just stand until she can take that one.
And with that, we're going to have just a 15-minute moderated discussion with Jenny, which everybody loves. And then we're going to go from that to Dr. Berdeja.
Okay, well, we had a workshop yesterday, and we had some questions kind of come up. So when you talked a lot about stem cell transplant, kind of planning for it. I know you do a lot of transplant. If you're considering going to transplant, can you talk about stem cell collection, whether you are or are not planning on that? Do you go ahead and do that, even in this age of new immunotherapies? Do you just collect when you have a planned transplant to go through, or what's the strategy there?
I can start. I think definitely if you're transplant eligible, you should, I think based on the data I showed.
Just put it closer.
Oh, okay. You should definitely collect. And the process is basically shots. First of all, you want to debulk the disease initially. So if the marrow initially in a newly diagnosed patient is like 80, 90% myeloma, you're not going to get as good a collection. So you do a few cycles of chemotherapy. I think it is important not to do too many cycles of chemotherapy. One of the downsides I didn't get into is we think too much daratumumab with prolonged Revlimid or lenalidomide can impact the ability to collect adequately. So probably you should collect within four to 6 cycles. Closer to 4 if you're having a good response. Radiation also, keep in mind, can impact stem cell collection. So sometimes I've seen patients in the community get radiated, especially to large areas of the spine or pelvis, can also impact the collection. But once you've collected those cells, they're good for a long time. And the collection's typically outpatient with shots daily to rev up the production of your stem cells. And then you get a catheter. You may need a catheter. Sometimes you can get from a peripheral vein, but a catheter goes in with local anesthesia if you need it. And then you get connected to like a dialysis type machine where your blood is filtered, and then we take out the cells, the rest goes back. In terms of your question, I think I'm curious to hear what my colleagues think. I actually have been collecting more aggressively for young patients because we didn't, and I'm sure Dr. Berdeja will talk more about this with the side effects of CAR T, is some patients do have prolonged cytopenias or low blood counts, and it's nice to have a little bit of stem cells on reserve to be able to resuscitate that marrow. And it also is useful, even if you, again, I think the data supports, and I'm curious, we should actually see what these guys think about transplant too in terms of timing, but there are also, you can use this transplant also in a relapsed patient as a bridge to getting to, say, clinical trial. So for example, if somebody has very low blood counts, that's prohibitive from entering a clinical trial, it's a catch-22. You have too much myeloma to get onto the study, but you can't get onto the study because you have too much, how do you get rid of the myeloma? So there also a salvage or second auto transplant can be helpful to improve the counts. But
Yes.
Go ahead and
no,
collect.
So it's interesting because we were having these discussions a lot, and actually there's some big centers. So normally when you get stem cells collected, if you're transplant eligible, usually we collect for at least 2 transplants, right? That's what we usually tell you. We're thinking 1 transplant now, and then like Dr. Chari suggested, maybe if you do really well and stay in remission for a long time, sometimes a second transplant may be helpful. But the truth is, the majority of patients, if you look, who store their cells never get that second transplant. It's actually a very small percentage. And in the big trial that he talked about, determination in the US, the majority of patients that defer transplant, was it like 20%? Only 20% of those patients, and the intention was when they relapse that they would get their transplant. Only 20% of patients actually got a transplant. So at least in the US, we don't seem to be doing that many late transplants. And so actually a lot of centers had gone to the idea of why collect for 2, where we have too many, we don't have storage space and we're just gonna do 1. But then CAR Ts happened and all these therapies started working for so long. And then we started getting into trouble, like what he said, where people were not recovering the blood counts, etc. And guess what? Having those storage cells was really helpful because it restores back your bone marrow. So yes, the answer is yes.
I guess 2 things, though. I would say there are groups of patients I'm collecting more. There's certainly younger patients, and some people certainly deferring transplant for a variety of reasons. There's 2 things that would be clear. You still have to do all the same testing as if you were going to transplant. And to Dr. Chari's point, sometimes most people, to be honest, especially if you're trying to collect for 2 transplants, you need to put a catheter in because it's very hard to use your veins for more than like 1 day in terms of collecting cells. So I guess that's the first thing. The group of people where we're collecting and storing less tends to be sort of what Dr. Chari said this morning, people age 70 and higher, and in part because of the data of the study he showed, that Maya study, using daratumumab up front plus lenalidomide and dex, the median, so what we call length of remission, hasn't been reached. So most people are staying in very long remissions with that regimen. And if you're staying in remission 5-6 years and you started at age 71, you're closer to 80 by that point. And at that point, you've only had 1 relapse. There's a lot of other choices. So, less and less, in terms of for that age group. I think maybe what we'll talk about later with Dr. Bardehar is the question, what is your age limit for CAR T cells? Are there patients where you would think about doing CAR T, but you wouldn't do transplant? So those are, I think, some of the things we all talk about now.
You want to weigh in on that? Just do you collect? That was the question.
Got it. So yeah, I think for most of my patients, we do transplant. Again, I told you 50% of my patients are high risk, so it depends on that risk. Our older patients are the ones that maybe I don't collect on. And in the relapse refractory setting, just adding to what I think you guys were saying, there's a couple of patients that I have actually done a second transplant on because we were trying to wait until we could get bispecifics or CAR Ts and other things coming down the road. And we've been able to at least keep their disease controlled until we can get them on. So very few times that I've used it. But yeah, I think we've had 1 patient where we've given stem cells to, we've given 1 patient stem cells once their counts were low, but for most patients, the stored stem cells, we don't use them, but we collect still.
Okay, and I think that's so interesting because I think people would not have thought about using these collected stem cells to boost after CAR T or something. That's kind of a new thing that everyone's hearing.
I mean, it's not common though. I do want to say it's not a routine thing at all. I mean, I can think of maybe twice that we've done it.
Yeah. So 1, 2, handful. Yeah.
Yeah. But just in a, it might be just nice to have that in the bank. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Another thing we talked about yesterday a little bit in the workshop was MRD testing. So can you address, because we had a lot of patients kind of weighing in and saying, well, I kind of asked my doctor about MRD testing, but they're pushing back on me and not wanting to do it. Or so do you do MRD testing on a regular basis? Do you get the baseline when someone's newly diagnosed? Are you preferring flow versus the NGS adaptive test? Like, how do you use MRD testing in your clinic?
I can start. So for us, as patients come in, when we do that first bone marrow, we are doing the next generation sequencing to have that clone that we know. And for us at MD Anderson, we do both. We actually have our own flow based. So we do our flow, which is 10 to the minus fifth, and why this matters. And then the next generation is 10 to the minus sixth. So the lower that number, that means there's more cells we've looked at to make sure there's not myeloma. So 10 to the minus sixth MRD negativity means a lot more than 10 to the minus fifth, and just tells that we were able to look at more cells. So we look at it. I don't do it routinely for all patients, but anytime I do a bone marrow, I'll test. And usually when I do bone marrows for our standard risk patients is anytime I'm looking for a response to say, can I potentially decrease therapy or in clinical trials. I don't do them as much, but my high-risk patients, I tend to do bone marrows more frequently just to keep a closer eye on those clones because I don't trust the labs as I have a lot of patients who will go into where they don't make proteins anymore or things like that. So those are the type of patients I tend to do more bone marrows on to look for this much more. I think MRD testing is a great tool for us to say, okay, where are you right now? As of right now, it's still a prognostic marker, and we don't really change therapy for most patients based on that. But trials are ongoing that hopefully will become a predictive marker. So can I stop maintenance in patients who are MRD negative, right? And hopefully we'll have that data really soon to say, oh, we should be doing this for all patients. But right now, it's really a handful wherever I use that.
So we do it by next-gen sequencing. So we send all the samples to Seattle. So I think the challenge with that is we don't get a lot of patients newly diagnosed. Most people have had their initial bone marrow somewhere else. And so you need that initial bone marrow biopsy sample. I mean, we can get it. It just takes a little while to track it down at whatever hospital has it. And, so that's the first part of it is just remembering that we tend to do it a lot more now in people after they've had their stem cell transplant because to what Karina mentioned, some of the data is prognostic, and also in the future it likely will be sort of another decision point. So I guess we're all very data driven. It's just the more data you have, the more it can help you with decision making. Not to say sometimes it can be confusing. These aren't perfect tests. You have to look at how many cells did you get? An MRD test may be 0, but if you got very few cells, it doesn't mean anything. So, there are challenges. We're also eventually going to move away from it because, again, it's a bone marrow-based test. The issue is if you can do it from the blood, and that's really the future, looking at circulating tumor cells, looking at DNA in the blood as a marker. That's really where we want to be.
I agree with it's a tool and it's prognostic as opposed to predictive. And to that point, the way to explain that, if you talk to a medical student, you say like they want to do a test, the response is, how is it going to change your management, right? Because if you're going to do the test, positive should do something, negative should do something. We don't have that level of data yet. And so I think right now it just says who's going to do better, who's going to do worse, which is nice to know. But I think the other things I would add is that the most important endpoint in clinical trials is overall survival. Are patients living longer? That takes a long time. Next would be progression-free survival, also going to take a long time. So then how do we advance science? Because if your Dara, Revlimid, Dex is over 5 years, if you want to do better than that, is every study going to have 5-year readout? So that's where this test belongs, in these kind of early, newly diagnosed settings where it's impossible and prohibitive to follow patients that long to advance science, which is, again, as Dr. Berdea said, it's a great thing that it's getting harder and harder to show these benefits. But I also think we shouldn't put too much weight into it. It is one tool. In the same way that if somebody had a VGPR, which is like a 90% reduction versus a complete response and it's completely gone, we're not changing the management on that, right? It's not like, oh, you're CR, we can stop therapy. This is just another tool, and I think to really emphasize that myeloma can exist outside the marrow. So if you have a crappy bone marrow, it was mainly blood, you're making a decision on a crappy sample. If you have myeloma outside that bone marrow, you're making a bad decision. If you have myeloma in the blood or urine, that's still detectable. So people put MRD in this mystical basket, like it's this magical test. It's just one more tool. And I think some of the, especially in the community doctor side too, they think of this as like leukemia. Like CML is a great example. All you need is a blood test and you're good, right? Myeloma is a blend of leukemias and solid tumors. So it's dangerous to be simplifying this into this one test. And the last point I would make is that you need it to be sustained if you're going to start making decisions. And a good example is one MRD at one time point being negative is meaningless if you don't sustain it for at least 6 to 12 months. And a good example of that is this study called the Forte study, which at initial follow-up at 1 year, it said, okay, only high-risk patients need transplant based on MRD testing. With an extra year or two of follow-up, everybody benefited from transplant, right? So that shows the fallacy, and if you had made decisions on that test, you would have been making the wrong decision. So right now, I would say it belongs in clinical trials to help us make decisions about less heavily treated patients. At the bedside, to close, I would just say I only use it in 2 settings, whereas if it's a low-risk patient who's now 5 years out on chemo and doing great and having some side effects, then it makes us feel better about discontinuing therapy. And at the other extreme, a very high-risk patient whom you're still seeing that positive clone, you're not going to decrease your dose intensity, and you think about maybe intensifying. But again, we don't have data yet, and Dr. Krishnan's leading a trial to discuss that specific question.
So I agree with everything everyone said, and you stole my last one I was going to say. So it is not, I don't think it's ready for prime time, just because, again, we don't know what to do with that information, but it's nice to have. So if you can get it, I think you should. But if you don't, it's not the end of the world. And we have even bigger problem than what Dr. Krishna said, is that at least in Tennessee, when you get a bone marrow biopsy, it really depends on the pathologist, and a lot of them do not save fresh tissue. So once they decalcify the bone, that we can't run those diagnostic tests anymore. So even if you try to get it, it's no longer available. So it's really educating the pathologist about sort of what kind of sampling they need to be storing for potential future inquiries. We have a lot of problems in Tennessee. But the only other thing I would say is I agree with the side effects. So if you're MRD negative and you're having a lot of issues, it might help us kind of discontinue therapy, or at least make us feel better about it. But the other one I would say is the other extreme. So as we're learning more and more, for example, in CAR-Ts, there's some new data coming out that if you do not reach MRD negativity by even 1 month after the CAR-T, that you're probably not going to stay in remission that much longer. So it's very possible that in that scenario, that may be one of those tests that will help you decide if you need to add something else after the CAR-T, for example. So it's still all evolving, but it's a nice tool.
Yeah, we just did an MRD survey asking patients, like, are you familiar with it? Have you had it? Did your doctor talk to you about it and all that? And so we found like 25% of patients who thought they'd had it, didn't have it, and, or didn't have it and thought they had, like the opposite. So we just need more MRD education, I think.
Though I'm going to push back a little, Dr. Chari's comment about we don't change therapy, because I don't think, at least it's not always true. I mean, you did already make the point that you sometimes will discontinue therapy. There are cases where I've had a couple patients where there's been a big change in their MRD and they had high-risk disease. So you do know that that's a harbinger that, you're just maybe catching it much earlier. And in those cases, I have changed therapy. And so I don't know if other people have done that.
She's 10 years ahead of all of us.
Okay. Well, I know that Greg has given me time, but I'm going to have one more question. So I know, you can't put me up here in a panel and then ask me 2 questions. Okay, so Dr. Chari, you talked about DARA RVD, so at the recent International Myeloma Society meeting, there was a presentation that talked about DARA RVD using this quad therapy up front, better outcomes. There were a lot of US doctors that kind of said, we're here, like, we're ready. You all said you're doing that. And then some of the European doctors pushed back and said, no, we need a phase 3 trial, which is going to take years, hundreds of patients, and a lot of money. So we kind of went back to our data, and we found exact matches for the Griffin trial, and we just submitted like a late-breaking abstract for ASH that had confirmatory data that showed, say, similar results to the Griffin trial in the real world. So how does how can we like jump forward, I guess, using real world evidence? Can we use that to help speed up approvals and bring daratumumab or other types of things? Like, phase 3 trials are really expensive to run, and they take a long time, like you said, with the readout when you're looking at progression-free survival. So how do you see real-world evidence being used like that? That's just like one example.
It's a hard question. I'm glad you got that question.
No, it's a topic that I'm very passionate about, because real world, if you look at the clinical trial data, depending on the study, anywhere from 10 to 70% of real world patients are not eligible for studies. So we don't appreciate how cherry-picked these study patients are. You have to have pristine blood counts. You can't have any other medical problems. You have to have measurable myeloma. All of these things, and if the median age of myeloma is in the late 60s and 70s, people come to the table with heart disease, kidney disease, and you're excluding all of those patients, right? So but on the other hand, if we don't start with that population, you don't know if the safety issues are gonna be due to the patient issues or the treatment issues, right? So if you do a bunch of treatments on very, very sick patients, you can't tease that apart. So clinical trials serve their purpose, but you need these confirmatory studies because in fact, there's an FDA meeting with the coming up with the IMS this week, and some of the questions being asked are what are the right endpoints for the studies. And I think these the myeloma community has been criticized. Like, we get all of these drugs approved. This is true of carfilzomib, bortezomib, selinexor, that are given at high doses twice weekly, and no one can do that. And then in the end, you have to reduce the dose. So why do we do these kinds of approvals, right? And that's my pet peeve. Like, we should be looking, if you know that more than 10% of patients are getting reduced, why don't you just plan the reduction and not make everybody go through these side effects, right? It's silly. But to the real world issue, the challenge of the real world is you don't control for all of those other variables, right? People may be getting different doses and schedules, and you don't know all the details of their myeloma. You're missing major prognostic information like staging, genetics. So then you get these outcomes that you don't really know what to make. So I would say real world should be complementary. And part of the VRD, DR that you started with is it's a regulatory question, right? So in Europe, ideally, the EMA will only approve for overall survival. PFS maybe, but not usually an earlier therapy. And part of that is you're going to give more, a lot of this is expense driven. Newly diagnosed patients are going to be on treatment longer, which confers more cost to the healthcare system. So that's why they scrutinize that. And then if you look at the US, RVD, which has been the default induction regimen for the last decade, was on the basis of a single arm study with 60 patients, right? So in the US, we can get away with a lot more. And that's partly why you're seeing that European-American divide. It's cost-driven and regulatory-driven, not that they disagree with the practice. I bet you if you ask these European doctors, if you could give DVRD, would you? And they would probably say, yeah.
I wanted to add for CAR-T, for instance, we have a lot of real-world data that a group of different, because most of us can't get CAR-T, we're putting all that data together, and we were able to show at ASCO last year that of the patients getting ide-cel initially, 77% of those patients wouldn't have been on trial. So the majority of patients that got CAR-T initially would have not been able to get on trial. Safety-wise and response-wise are actually very similar. So that we've gone back to the company now to say, hey, we need to open up the criteria for future trials, right? So again, as Dr. Chari said, when something's first in human, we want to make sure it's safe. That's the number one thing. But then once we have it, how can we make it more applicable for future trials to allow more patients on? So that complementary piece is really important. I think real-world data helps drive that then too.
Yeah, we're going to run a 3-year CAR-T study using the HealthTree Cure Hub to kind of see differences, like what was the experience like, what was the, and all that. So what were the outcomes like? What's happening in the real world with patients who are getting it now commercially, Okay, well, I guess I'm getting the hook, so. All right, thank you so much.
Here I'll give you this. While Dr. Verdeja is there was a young lady who came up to me who wanted we have one left. There we go. All right, without any further ado, let me introduce Dr. Verdeja.
All right. So, we have all these fancy microphones, and I have to hold one.
If I may, I'm sorry, Dr. Bradeja, I forgot one thing. Dr. Patel is leaving us now, so I just want us all to thank her for being here.
Bye, Karina. Go save lives. Oh, wait, you're going to a concert. That's right. Thank you. We should, right? All right. So obviously you've heard a lot about CAR-Ts, but everyone's kind of excited. So I'm a little simple. So I get the simplest topic because it's just one thing, right? I don't have to go through all these things that Dr. Chari showed you in the tables and all that. So excellent. So we're in Southern California, right? So you thought you knew CARs. I'm going to be basic because I know everybody's at different levels. So we've been talking about CAR-Ts, and some of you are really know all of these details, but some of you maybe are still wondering, well, what is a CAR-T? So this isn't the CAR we're talking about. This is the CAR we're talking about. So CAR stands for chimeric antigen receptors. And so basically what this means is that these T cells now are getting a new CAR. And this new CAR is a new receptor on their surface that allows them to go and not have to wait for the usual ways the immune system kills cancer. Now they have their own antenna that directs them directly to the cancer cell, okay? So that's what a chimeric antigen receptor means. So how does this work? So usually we use a virus to introduce DNA into the T cell, and then the T cells now can express their CAR on their surface. This CAR then allows the T cell to recognize, for example, BCMA on the myeloma cell, which is the target. And then once it does, once it engages, these CAR T cells multiply, they release cytokines, and they kill the myeloma cell. Okay, so that's sort of the idea behind a CAR T. So there are two approved CAR Ts in myeloma. One is Abecma, used to be called Adicaptogen Viclucel, and the other one is Carvykti. Both are approved for the exact same indication in the United States. So relapse refractory multiple myeloma after at least 4 prior lines of therapy. And you have had to have had the treatments that Dr. Chari showed you, the proteasome inhibitors, so like Velcade, for example, an IMiD like Revlimid, and an anti-CD38 antibody like Darzalex. So KarMMa is the study that got Abecma approved. And so Abecma is a second-generation CAR T, so you see the cartoon there. And basically, it's binding. The CAR is binding to BCMA, okay? And BCMA is a very important protein in myeloma, and it's basically expressed in all myeloma cells. And so this is the study that was done, and basically patients were treated with 3 doses, 150, 300, and 450 million CAR T cells. And these were patients that were very refractory. They had seen basically everything, had at least median 6 prior lines of therapy. So again, patients that had gone through almost all of the therapies that Dr. Chari and Dr. Patel showed you. So this is the response. So if you look all the way to the right, that's everybody's. So when patients are at this, we talked about this a little bit, the expectation is that only about 25 to 30% of patients will actually have a response to a new therapy. So we're seeing much higher responses here. So we're talking about 73% of patients, and we're seeing complete remissions. So that was unheard of before these kind of therapies. So when we're talking about the 20, 30%, they were usually partial remissions. It was like less than 1% or 1% of complete remissions. And now with CAR-Ts, we're actually seeing a significant percentage of patients getting complete remissions. And so that's why there's all this excitement. But when you actually look on the left, you see that on the first one's 150, 300, and 450. And the people that got 450 actually seem to be doing better. So there's higher responses with the higher dose of the CAR-T. And if you look at the patients just at 450, those patients also stayed in remission longer for about a year or so. So when you get Abecma commercially, that is the dose that we're trying to give you. It's around 450 million CAR-T cells. What about Carvykti? So Carvykti was approved based on the CARTITUDE-1 study. And one of the salient features of this CAR-T that is different is that you see, I think I have a pointer. Nope, oops, I don't know what I did. Aha. So Carvykti actually has 2 binding sites for BCMA, not just 1. And so we think that because of that, perhaps it actually more avidly binds to the myeloma cells. And so again, this was about 100 patients were enrolled, and here they only gave one dose. So they didn't have that dose escalation that we saw with the other trial, but patients also heavily pretreated, median 6 prior lines of therapy. And these are the responses, so quite impressive, right? So basically almost all patients responded, and a lot of patients were in complete remission or better, 82%. And so the latest time we looked, it's been 27 months since the study started, and we have not reached the median, meaning that more than half the patients are still in remission and obviously alive. So it's looking quite good. So that's what got this CAR-T approved. So with new therapies, we get new toxicities, right? So these two I put up here are sort of the main toxicities that we worry about with CAR-Ts, and also you may have heard about. I was doing questions, so I didn't get to see Dr. Patel's talk, but she may have talked about these toxicities with the bispecifics, but if she didn't, we'll talk now. So we're talking about cytokine release syndrome and neurotoxicity. So anytime you engage the immune system, you're going to get side effects. So when you get the flu, right, you get fevers, you get achy, and you feel kind of crappy. That's actually not the virus. That's your immune system fighting the virus that is causing those symptoms. If you get a really bad infection, you can get this condition called sepsis, right, where it's very dangerous, where the immune system is so wrapped up that you start sort of getting fluid in your lungs and your blood pressure drops, you end up in an intensive care unit. Again, that is not necessarily the infection, it's the immune system that is so active trying to get rid of this bad infection that is kind of leaving collateral damage. And that's what cytokine release syndrome is. So when you give the CAR-Ts are expanding. And as they're expanding, they're sending all these cytokines that are leading to these side effects. Luckily, for most of these therapies, we're talking about more like flu-like symptoms than true sepsis. And luckily, we also have medicines that can reverse the process. We just need to recognize it and intervene right away, okay? So that's cytokine release. Neurotoxicity is a little bit similar, although we don't understand it as well. But when all these cytokines get released, you also end up sort of affecting the blood-brain barrier. And so you start getting sort of the cells that go in there and causing inflammation. And so neurotoxicity, or ICANS, can be as simple as perhaps some mild confusion, maybe some mild word finding, like you can't quite find the word to say, kind of like I'm doing now, right? So you can't find that word, and you notice sort of some off things, but then it goes away. But it could also be severe, where you can actually get stroke-like symptoms, seizures, and even go into a full coma. So it can be very dangerous. And so those are called grades of toxicity. Luckily, with CAR-Ts, for the most part, they tend to be, again, the low grade, and as long as we intervene early, we can stop the process and it doesn't become any worse. But obviously, these are, if left untreated or if they progress beyond the treatments, they are life-threatening. So when we talk about the cytokine release and the neurotoxicity, for the most part, we're thinking early on, so the first couple weeks after the CAR-T. But one of the things that I think we don't talk enough about, that we actually mentioned several times in the panels, was this cytopenia. So when people get CAR-Ts, your blood counts drop like when you get chemotherapy. And it's especially true when your bone marrow has a lot of myeloma cells. So the CAR-Ts are so powerful, they go in there and they kill the myeloma cells in the bone marrow, that they actually cause a lot of damage, and the bone marrow takes a long time to recover. And so that's often when we see these sort of prolonged cytopenias. Also, before the CAR-T, you get chemotherapy that also can cause sort of your blood counts to come low. So it's a combination of two things that happen. And so it's very common to get like low neutrophils and low platelets, and often require transfusions. But in about a third of patients, this continues into later, beyond a month. Sometimes even 3 months later, people still have low blood counts. And so that's when we're talking about maybe giving stem cells to try and restore that. But luckily, that is rare. Most people eventually do recover their blood counts. But because of this, one of the important things that we need to watch out for is infections. So not only are your blood counts low, we gave you chemotherapy to tamp down your T cells. We gave you CAR Ts that engage your T cells, and thus the part of your immune system that protects you from viruses and things like that, right? So those will be low. The CAR Ts are going after your plasma cells, and those are the cells that make your antibodies. So you got rid of those too. So now you have basically no B cells, and you have low T cells. So infections and infection prevention is incredibly important after CAR Ts. All right, so what does it mean to go through CAR Ts? So the CAR Ts that we're talking about that are approved are what we call autologous CAR T, meaning that they're made out of T cells from yourself, okay? If you're a patient, of course. And so what does the patient go through? So the patient first has to be collected. So those T cells are collected and through apheresis, so similar to stem cell collection. And we'll talk about the difference from an autologous transplant in a second. So you collect your T cells, and then those T cells have to be manufactured, right? You have to make the CAR Ts. Well, you send the T cells, and that manufacturing process, and by the time you get them back, it could be about 4 weeks. Here it says 10 to 28 days, but we all know that it can be 1 to 2 months before we get them back. So during that time, before you actually get your CAR Ts, we need to make sure that your myeloma is under control and that it doesn't continue to progress. And so a lot of people will need what we call bridging therapy to keep the myeloma under control before we can give you to get the CAR Ts. And so once you're ready to get CAR Ts, then you get this low dose of chemotherapy, which is called lymphodepletion, that allows your CAR Ts to expand, and then you get the infusion of your CAR Ts. So the process itself actually is very similar to an autologous stem cell transplant in sort of the logistics, but with very special differences, right? So when you do an autologous stem cell transplant, you first have to collect your stem cells. And so we talked about that process where you have to stimulate those stem cells to leave the bone marrow to start circulating, and then you go through the leukapheresis where your blood goes to the machine, and we collect those stem cells and put them away and we freeze them. Once you collect, though, it's only about a week or 2 weeks or less, you come in and actually get your transplant. And the transplant really is just giving you high doses of melphalan. It's the chemotherapy that is the treatment. And then you get the stem cells just to rescue you from the chemotherapy. And so the toxicities that you then experience are from the chemotherapy, not from the cells, right? So then once your blood counts recover, you kind of leave the hospital. If you're in the hospital, you get kind of leave the local area. With CAR Ts, you go through that collection again, but you don't have to stimulate the T cells. The T cells are already circulating in your bloodstream, so you don't have to go through all that mobilization. So it's a much faster process, an easier process. So you collect T cells, but then you have to send them away to manufacture the CAR Ts. And we talked about how that takes a long time. During that time, you might need bridging therapy to help control your CAR Ts, because again, a very important distinction here is when we do a stem cell transplant, you're in remission, right? You've gotten your induction chemo and you're under control and you get your transplant. With the CAR Ts right now, the way we're giving them, you're progressing, the disease is progressing, so we need to kind of keep that from becoming an issue before we give you your CAR Ts, right? Because if your myeloma progresses, it could hurt your kidneys and make you ineligible for the CAR Ts. So you need to get bridging therapy, and then once you're actually ready to get the CAR Ts, you get this low dose of chemotherapy, and the purpose of the chemotherapy is not to treat your myeloma, is to basically sort of tone down your normal T cells so when the CAR Ts come in, they can expand and go after your myeloma. But it's the CAR Ts that are the treatment here, not the chemotherapy. And so the toxicity is not from the chemotherapy necessarily, although it adds a little bit, it's from the CAR Ts. So similar in process, but very different in terms of the actual treatment. All right, I was asked to predict the future. So before I can predict the future, I'm going to talk about sort of what are the shortcomings right now with CAR Ts, right? So the first part is improving the efficacy. So you're probably saying, well, 100% response is pretty efficacious, right? So how can we improve on that? But the truth is that the majority of patients are still relapsing after CAR Ts. So unfortunately, CAR Ts don't seem to be curative the way we're giving them right now. So obviously that needs to change. So we need to understand why. Oh, here I go again. There we go. We need to understand why that's happening. And so there's a lot of studies going on and trying to figure out the mechanisms of resistance to CAR Ts. And then the question is, will they work better earlier, right? Dr. Chari sort of brought it up in his talk about should we be giving CAR Ts even in the frontline setting. And so those studies are ongoing at this point. And then, right now, the nice thing about CAR T is that it's a one and done, right? So those of you who may have had a CAR T, that's probably what you enjoy the most, that you're not on a maintenance therapy of any sort and you're kind of getting a break. But do we need to give maintenance perhaps in some patients to maintain that remission? And again, some of those studies are ongoing. Hopefully not, or at least not for a long time, we'll see. Can we do anything to improve the quality of those T cells, right? So we know that the effectiveness of the CAR T depends on the substrate. So if the T cells we collect don't work very well, the CAR Ts are not going to work very well either. So is there something we can do to actually help them out? And can we go after different targets? We need to make them safer. So we need to sort of identify why some patients get high-grade cytokine release and neurotoxicity and why others don't. We know that, for example, when you come in with bulky disease, you're more likely to have higher grade of symptoms. And so now we're getting better at maybe controlling or kind of tamping down your disease so that those toxicities are not as great. There are some CAR Ts that have safety switches so that if things get out of hand, you can actually go in and actually you basically commit suicide and they go away. So things like that hopefully will make this an easier, more safer treatment, because that's what's going to be required if we're going to be looking at giving it at the very beginning, right? When people can live for so many years with myeloma, you don't want to give something that could potentially harm you. So, and then access. So I don't know who's actually gotten commercial CAR T, but it can be a difficult process, right? There's not enough, I don't think the current CAR Ts are enough for the demand that is out there. And so there's people that have been on wait lists for 6+ months and to get these CAR Ts, so that's a problem. It also takes a long time to get them back. And so sort of kind of making CAR Ts faster, that's going to be an important process. And so perhaps these allogeneic or off-the-shelf CAR Ts may help with that. And then these are really expensive. So Carvykti is, I think, $457,000 a pop just for the actual CAR T. And so these are pretty expensive therapies. These are all just a list of all the studies that are ongoing in earlier lines, so looking at CAR Ts sort of beyond that relapse refractory setting and even in the frontline setting. So stay tuned for those. And then I think we have sort of new and improved CAR Ts that are coming. So we have alternate targets. So the 2 CAR Ts that are FDA approved are against BCMA. And then you heard with the bispecifics, we have other targets like GPRC5D and CS1. And so those are ongoing. And you'll see actually some of you here may have already gotten GPRC5D because I know City of Hope has a study with that. And so, should we be doing multi-targeted CAR Ts? Can we go after different sort of proteins? Kind of like we do that already, right? We do combination treatment in myeloma all the time. So can we do it with just, one T cell going after different things? For example, we talked about off the shelf. So your T cells, if you're a patient, have had a lot of chemotherapy, maybe they're not working as well anymore. So maybe we should get a donor that doesn't have cancer, hasn't had chemo, and use their T cells to do CAR Ts. And those are those allogeneic CAR T cells. And then this concept of an armored CAR. So it's kind of like, I think of it as a CAR T that has its own pit stop crew. So basically these are CAR Ts that can secrete cytokines that can help them revitalize and persist. And so basically they're providing their own fuel and changing their tires, et cetera, to hopefully keep them moving longer. So all those things are going on. And so just really quickly, I don't know how much time I have. I'm good? So I'm not going to go through this trial, but this is the first allogeneic CAR T. So this is using T cells from a donor that doesn't have cancer or have had chemo, and so it's called ALLO-715. One of the things is to do that, you have to be more careful because when you get a transplant using someone else's T cells, you have to match, right? So that those T cells don't cause graft versus host disease. So here, the technology has improved enough that you can actually remove parts of the T cells that usually sort of mediate graft versus host disease so that T cells can't do that to the body. And so far, the allogeneic CAR Ts have not caused graft versus host disease. So stay tuned. Early data, they look active. Question is, can they persist as long as the autologous CAR Ts? We now have a new target, GPRC5D, so CAR T that looks really good against this new target. And so we now have patients who've gone from a CAR T against BCMA to a CAR T against GPRC5D with good results. So again, stay tuned for more of that. There'll be a presentation at ASH this year of a GPRC5D CAR T as well. And then we have these CAR Ts called FastCAR, which is a dual targeted CAR T. So it targets, we talked about sort of going after two different sort of proteins. So in this case, BCMA and CD19. And the plus of this is also that they can do very quick manufacturing. So they say next day manufacturing. Although because of all the regulatory tests and so forth, it still takes about 10 to 14 days to actually get the cells back. But again, it looks like a very promising CAR T. So CAR Ts are powerful, right? They work against myeloma. It's a one-time treatment, at least right now, so that's a really nice thing. Clearly very logistical, specific issues that we haven't seen with other type of products, so it does limit the access, unfortunately. It may work better if done earlier, and that's being tested. And so it is a very exciting therapy. So I guess the question is, what do I see for the future itself? I see the CAR Ts, I think CAR Ts will be used much earlier. And I even think it'll be in frontline. We're starting with the high-risk patients, but ultimately I think all patients will be getting potentially CAR Ts as their frontline, unlike what Dr. Chari said. I think we should be using CAR Ts as consolidation. I don't think we should be giving CAR Ts when the disease is rampant and growing. I think these are very powerful. We don't need a lot of disease to help them expand. So I see it as somebody getting, for example, induction, get in remission, give them a CAR T, just like we do with transplant. And what we've seen, and you'll see some data, is that when we do that, there's much less cytokine release. They seem to be much safer, and they work better, actually. And so I ultimately see that we will be using CAR Ts, hopefully with some of our other exciting therapies, where I anticipate that people will get some kind of induction to control the disease, get the CAR T like we do transplant as consolidation, and then follow with like a 6-month of a bispecific, and then actually stop. And that's what I see for the future, and that's what I see especially.
All right, don't jump. They're stepped over there. I'll borrow that for a second. My colleague Audrey is going to be going through the audience. So if if you've been to an auction or watch auction, just give me a signal, and I will, communicate with you as to who's coming up first. One of the advantages of attending a roundtable live is that live questions get asked before online questions. So if you have some questions, please ask them. So does anybody have a good question for us to start out? Audrey, this gentleman here.
Can you hear me? Okay. I have a relative that has a very rare aggressive form of multiple myeloma. I'm just wondering, what does the maintenance look like, and is it different than, I guess, other patients with more aggressive cytogenetics?
So I think the question was, in a patient with high-risk multiple myeloma, should the maintenance be different?
With a more rare aggressive form, does the maintenance look different?
Okay. So the short answer is yes. Unfortunately, patients who have high-risk multiple myeloma, and those high risk usually means that either you have you're a stage 3, for example, versus a stage 1, or you have high-risk mutations like 17p deletions and 414 and 1416. I think those were covered by somebody, I think. So we call that high-risk multiple myeloma. And so, or sometimes sometimes it can be in a leukemic phase, or the cells are actually circulating, and that's also considered high-risk multiple myeloma. So we know that patients with high-risk disease don't do as well as patients with standard risk myeloma with the exact same therapy. And so usually when we have a high-risk patient, we are trying to be more aggressive, and in particular with the maintenance therapies. So most people who get maintenance just get maybe Revlimid by itself, right, a low dose. Usually for high-risk patients, if we can help it, we try to add at least one other drug or maybe even 2 drugs. There was some data that we all quote from Emory looking at patients getting both Velcade and Revlimid as maintenance, and those patients actually did almost as well as their standard risk group. So the answer is yes. So I would change the maintenance for a high-risk patient.
No, I agree. I mean, I think you need to we really use the chromosome changes, as Dr. Patel said this morning, the DNA in the cell. That's sort of how we define high risk. It's not really how you look at it under the microscope, but often people who have sort of what you alluded to, the question of, for example, plasmablastic myeloma, is when it changes you see under a microscope, but really often that type does have high-risk chromosomes. So it would be the high-risk chromosomes that would drive our decisions about treatment.
The only other thing I wanted to add is I think to broaden the discussion, risk, we're talking, I completely agree with the genomic discussion, but we should think about risk more broadly. So there's patient issues like older, frail patients are high risk, patients with persistent kidney disease are high risk, then there's the international stage high risk, there's the genetic high risk, and then to use the crystal ball question, one of my other pet peeves is I think we should stop doing photographs and look at movies. And what I mean by that is we conventionally think of risk when somebody's diagnosed, but we're now understanding that you can be a pretty standard risk patient, but if that patient relapses earlier than expected, that's also high risk, right? So risk can come in many different flavors, and all it means is that you don't settle for less, right? Risk means you're going to push harder and deeper to get these patients in long-term remission and keep them there and not back off as might. And that's the last part, going back to the real world question. We see all of this pristine data from clinical trials. The gap in real world is dramatic, right? So there's a lot more treatment discontinuation in the real world. And both because of patients and doctors and nurses, everybody gets tired. But if it's a high-risk patient, you have to keep that patient on treatment to sustain that because it's not just one time point of, you know, as I said, MRD negativity. Knock it down and keep it there.
The one thing I should say about the community, and you know, I think especially Dr. Patel, you know, has kind of alluded to, she's so the youngest in terms of practicing. I can remember when FISH testing was very exotic and very few people did it, and why are we going to do it? We're not going to change anything. So I do think that in a good way we are able, through both myeloma doctors and myeloma patients, to change thinking. And that's why I do think things such as MRD testing, for example, will get more and more widely disseminated in the future.
Yes, after CAR T therapy, do you have a different vaccine schedule than with other treatments?
Actually, that's a very good question. So CAR Ts are pretty new, right? So it's interesting because we're still sort of developing what is the optimal sort of prophylaxis. You know, we talked about infections being a big problem after the CAR T period. So definitely the prophylaxis is a little bit more succinct in terms of what you should be doing. But the question about revaccination is an important one. And so we actually have a CAR T working group where we kind of have like representatives from about 10 different CAR T programs, and we actually did a survey in terms of what they do for vaccination. And like Dr. Chari likes to say, you ask for myeloma doctors, you get 5 answers. We got 15 different responses. So there's no standard sort of revaccination. It is important though to vaccinate, and definitely, you know, it's what are your risks for, right? So remember, there's no B cells. So encapsulated organisms are a big problem. So definitely you should be getting your pneumovax and get that whole series. Flu vaccine for sure. Usually we start about 3 months after the CAR T to kind of start the vaccine process. COVID, the recommendation is that you start the whole thing. You actually basically get the first 2 sort of prime doses, and then you get the new booster. Not just one booster, for example. And then there are some of us that are doing sort of kind of revaccinating as we do after a stem cell transplant. So about a year after, kind of start the whole sort of childhood vaccination process.
I mean, I guess to your point about it's a work in progress because we do revaccinate COVID, but I don't think we revaccinate with the whole series. We definitely do flu, and the other ones it's been very ad hoc, and which is probably not good. The ASTCT, which is the American Society of Cellular Therapy, we are trying to have sort of guidelines and come to some agreement, but as Dr. Verdejar said, it's kind of evolving as the field grows and more people get CAR T cells.
I would just add that I think the fludarabine cyclophosphamide conditioning, which is the chemo that's given before CAR T, is very immunosuppressive. So I think it is prudent. We at Mount Sinai, we wait 6 months because I think you need the immune system to recover. If you vaccinate too early, you're just pouring in water and the body won't mount the response. With the exception of COVID, because there's a time-dependent issue, right? Like you can always give more and do the boosters. But also, I would say recently we've really broadened our post-cellular therapy, both transplant and CAR T, and particularly in New York, because there's, as you know, there's variability in vaccination compliance in the population. And so there's polio and other things that are coming up. So we really have gone much, much broader with our vaccination strategies for both CAR Ts and transplant.
I have a question about initiation of therapy. So for the patients with smoldering myeloma, I keep hearing it's important to start therapy early. If you don't have high risk smoldering, but you are progressing, so my M protein went from 1 to 1.3 over a 3 to 4 month period. So the question is, how are you not high risk if your numbers are going up, I guess is, as the patient, I'm thinking, well, I'm progressing, I'm marching in that direction. So are there trials? What else can we do?
You would ask the controversial question.
No, it's okay.
So smoldering myeloma, just to kind of back up a little bit. So when we're talking about everything we've talked about here is active multiple myeloma, right? So if we all believe that if we could basically like test everybody at some point in our lives, someone who's going to develop active multiple myeloma, we probably would find the disease where you just find the protein without any myeloma cells, and we call that an MGUS, monoclonal gammopathy of uncertain significance. And then as you move forward, then the myeloma cells start to accumulate, but there's no damage to the body. They don't see causing harm, and we call that smoldering multiple myeloma. And then eventually the myeloma cells start causing damage, and we call that active multiple myeloma, and that's the one that we keep talking about.
Can you hold it closer, Dr. Verdejar?
Smoldering multiple myeloma comes in very different stages. So just like you were alluding, and what he said, it's not just a one-time, right? So the problem with smoldering myeloma is that we know that eventually, if we all live to 200, we would probably all develop active multiple myeloma if we had smoldering myeloma. But the truth is, there's a large proportion of patients with smoldering multiple myeloma that will never develop active multiple myeloma. And so the standard of care has always been to observe smoldering myeloma, because once you start treatment, we're talking about continuous therapies, right? We're talking about therapies that are not necessarily benign. And so how do we determine when to intervene in the smoldering setting? And so there's actually a lot of research going on right now in terms of trying to stratify smoldering myeloma into sort of risks, just like we do with active myeloma. And so there is a particular subset of patients that are considered high-risk smoldering multiple myeloma that are defined as they have a 50% risk of developing active multiple myeloma in the next 2 years. So in those patients, there have been studies done that with some treatments, and again, these are sort of limited, like a 1-year duration of Revlimid, for example, with and without steroids, that you can show that you can decrease that progression to active multiple myeloma. The problem is the criteria used for high risk is actually quite complex, and it's a difficult sort of definition, and a lot of the studies themselves actually end up not including the same patients, and so they've been very difficult to interpret. And so that's sort of where I bet, again, if you ask the rest of us who treats high-risk smoldering myeloma versus who just watches it, you'll probably get both, because right now it's still controversial, or some people definitely would want to treat and people don't. but you wouldn't treat it as active multiple myeloma unless it actually meets the criteria for active multiple myeloma, because again, remember, once you start that treatment, right now it's forever.
I think this is a case where also Dr. Cherry's analogy of the movie is very important. I think we actually have had some patients who've gone literally around the country to get opinions about their smoldering myeloma. And I think I can think of a case where someone fit the definition of high risk. By the time they went through in a couple years of getting opinions, they had quote unquote high risk smoldering myeloma for over 2 years and hadn't progressed to active myeloma. So it kind of tells you need more than just one set of blood tests and one time point. And often it's that issue of looking over a period, and certainly doubling, is the number we tend to use of the M protein or the light chains within a 6-month period. And then that's probably another thing that we look at. So it's not just this absolute, okay, you're high risk, we need to start treating.
I think there's a lot of emotion and so let me give you an example. I have an educated PhD professor who had smoldering myeloma, who had been smoldering for over 2 years, and he wanted treatment, which by definition, if you've been smoldering for 2 years, you're not high risk. And he sought out treatment and was able to get into a clinical trial. Well, so what is this clinical trial asking and answering if you're allowing patients who've been smoldering for 2 years to participate? And so, and then when I find it really intellectually inappropriate when our colleagues will compare this disease to breast cancer and colon cancer, right? They're like, we see early stage breast and colon, we don't sit there and watch it. Why are we not treating? That's a very intellectually disingenuous statement, because a bone marrow cancer is not the same as a solid tumor. You can take out a lump in the breast, you can take out a polyp in the colon, you cannot take out the whole bone marrow. So if we want to talk about that, let's use analogies like follicular lymphomas, myelodysplastic syndrome, leukemias, which are bone marrow-based disorders. And there's plenty of those conditions that we're not treating. So if we're going to have this conversation, let's at least agree on what we're talking about. And then there's also, let me open up the hood under what's happening here. There is a smoldering myeloma mafia that some physicians have. And listen, I maintain equipoise. I'm happy to treat this, but I want data. And you should know that there's 2 large published studies, one in New England, one in JCO, both of our highest impact journals, and many people are not changing practice. So you should ask, if high impact publications are not changing the way physicians practice, why is that? And part of it is, if you're going to treat smoldering, you have to get the risk stratification correct. And the slim crab criteria, the background to that was that we agreed in the myeloma community that if we can predict smoldering myeloma progression at 80% or higher in 2 years, which we all agree, we have amazing therapies. Why are we sitting on patients and letting them get crab symptoms, right? I agree with that. But 80% was the cutoff, right? And so let's look at that slim crab criteria, which I'm sure you've heard about, but the slim, for example, light chain ratio greater than 100. In the initial studies, it was 80+% progression at 2 years. In our data set, it was 44%, and the only prospective study, it was 30%, and that's coming from Europe. So when we submitted our journal, this paper, the editor, Blood, who was great, and he said, oh, I really loved your paper, and it was reviewed very favorably. But one of the reviewers said, if this gets published, it's going to create confusion in the field. So since when in science do we not publish something because it doesn't match what other people want? And so this is the under the hood story, that there is this mafia of people that really want to treat smoldering, and they've made a career out of it, which I don't, I'm happy to jump on board, but show me the data. Right? Show me that. And so that second paper in JCO that just came out, which is a 100-patient randomized study, the only patients that benefited was the high risk, which was 25 patients in each arm. No one's changing global practice on the basis of a 25-patient randomized study. And this highlights the problem with smoldering myeloma. You have to get the risk stratification correct. And the final point I'd make is, if you take newly diagnosed myeloma, because the flip side of this question, how long has a newly diagnosed myeloma been having myeloma, right? We all want to know that, and patients ask that. How long have I had it? It's hard to answer that question because no primary care doctor is doing SPEPs, UPEPs, light chains. But thanks to the participation of our vets, they participated in a study, and this was published in Blood, and newly diagnosed vets had banked specimens. So if you go back in time, 1 year prior to the diagnosis, 100% of patients had detectable protein. 10 years prior to the diagnosis, 80% had detectable proteins. So what that means is that the vast majority of myeloma patients have had this for a long time and did not have any symptoms, right? And so this goes back to my starting point, which is there's a lot of anxiety. No one's dismissing that it's anxiety-provoking to be sitting on something and watching it go up, but that's the natural history. And if we're gonna intervene, we have to be prepared to show that data, because Revlimid, 50% of patients discontinued it. They stopped and had side effects. So we have to be, if you don't get the modeling correct, if you don't get the statistics correct, you get 2 large studies that have not changed practice. So I think we need better data, and I encourage all my patients with smoldering to participate in studies to generate that data.
He doesn't feel strongly about this.
Greg will be providing security for Dr. Cherry for this smoldering mafia.
This is a pretty practical question. I was really thrilled to see the 4 of you agreed on the value of quad therapy up front, and shocked that the uptake in the community was only 8%. I had not seen that statistic. And then thinking about 80+% of the care is delivered in the community. What are your thoughts, real practical, about the value and when and how patients should incorporate expertise from people like yourselves in the creation of their treatment plan that factors in those things, your personal, your disease, your treatment history? When should that happen? If you're high-risk smoldering, at newly diagnosed, and how do you work with the local hem-onc to make sure that there's a team type of approach? I know a lot of people are afraid, they don't want to insult their local hem-onc, but let's be real practical. We know the value of your expertise, and it's become real clear already this morning. How do you bring somebody like that into your plan in a real-world way?
I guess the one point I did want to make about the quad therapy, we certainly use it, but having said that, I don't want people to feel if they're on triplet therapy, oh my God, I need to go run to my doctor, because we certainly see cases, people come to us for transplant, they've had triplet therapy, they've gone in remission, you know, so we don't necessarily suddenly say, oh, now we need to add something. So I don't want to overly alarm people too. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll let these guys talk about, I mean, because I think for the Southern California patients, you do know that we work very closely with the community physicians. We're very lucky to have great community physicians. I don't think you need to drive 50 miles to get a shot of Darzalex. You can make your life easier for sure.
Yeah, no, so I'm in a little bit different situation than these guys. So I actually, I'm a partner in this big group in Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, called Tennessee Oncology. There's about 120 docs. And so they're scattered throughout Tennessee. And so we call it the spoken wheel. So basically, I feel like I touch every myeloma patient or hear about every myeloma patient. The docs very quickly will call me and ask questions, and then I get involved. And also, we develop the protocol, sort of the guidelines in terms of what treatments are available to them, so that a doctor in Murfreesboro, an hour away, when they see that newly diagnosed patient, after we discuss, they can actually just go in and Darzalex, Revlimid, Velcade, Dex comes up, and they can. That's sort of kind of one of their options, and so I think that's what needs to happen. Is sort of, and that's what's happening now. So I think as that, it should be as early as possible, basically. So upon diagnosis, whether it's smoldering, whether even in MCAS sometimes, right? So you should have that second opinion early, because your local doctor is actually more than happy to get help. They don't necessarily want to read all these studies and so forth. I've never had a doctor get mad at me because I suggested you should do this. So actually, so you're not going to offend your doctor. Your doctor actually is very happy that you actually did it. Now, of course, if you go and get 20 opinions and then they're confused, everybody's very confused, that can be a little bit difficult. But definitely, at least that one-time specialist is important, and then keeping the person involved. So if things are not going according to plan, there's a change, or something different is happening, or the doctor's talking about changing therapy, that's when you should probably go back and just kind of get a reassessment and just make sure everything's okay.
So there was a study that showed that the patients treated at academic larger centers have double the survival of patients who don't. Now, that's not a completely fair way of answering that question because, of course, not everybody has the health, time, ability, resources to get to an academic medical center. So, of course, the patients that are seeing us are not the same as the really sick, fragile patients in the community. So you can't do that direct comparison. But I do think that it speaks to the complexity. You saw, we keep adding drugs to our arsenal, right? So how are you going to thoughtfully sequence all of these? I haven't kept up with any other disease other than myeloma. So I don't know how our community, but we need both, right? Because everybody can't be a specialist. But I think the compromise is that everybody should see a myeloma specialist, and it's harder to get a new patient appointment, so get it when it's not a crisis. So get in there. You can decide whether you need to go in every 3 months, every year, depending on how active your disease is, and at major junctures of decision making, side effects or disease progression, right? That's a good time to go visit. And lastly, I would say, if a doctor has a problem with you getting a second opinion, you need a new doctor. And I have told my own patients, I had a patient who did not want to get what I recommended. I said, please go get a second opinion. You don't have to go with what I say. I want you to feel empowered and feel confident in your own decision making, because we all know control is a large part of how you do in your disease, right? So having that control of ownership of like, I don't have to do this because this person said that, and getting that it'll give you more confidence in going forward. So do not feel shy about getting a second opinion.
I think the other thing, to Greg's point earlier about what we talk about, I mean, we call each other up. You know, I talked about a case who had rising MRD. I called up a couple of my colleagues and said, hey, what would you do? This is what I'm thinking. So often we're getting second opinions among ourselves. I guess I'd be interested to hear what these guys think, because often what we're seeing more and more now is patients getting 4, 5 different opinions. And I honestly think that it probably doesn't help. It makes it just more confusing unless you're trying to say, okay, 3 people said this, because it's like cooking. A lot of times there's nuances that are not all or opinion driven, but there's no right answer. And I don't know, especially in New York, I think there's so many myeloma centers and they're close by. You can just hop from one to the other.
New York? No, I don't know about New York.
You have Tennessee problems. Yeah. I agree. I mean, I think you need a few like 2, 3 max, but I don't know what else you're gaining, and you're just kind of, and again, if those patients who are doing that are often very anxious, and the treatment of anxiety is not more opinions, right? It's to make a decision. So I think it just adds to that emotional conundrum, I think. It depends on the state, because each state has different licensure guidelines. So some of us, I have now licenses for several states, but not all of them. So it's, because then that's a huge onerous application process too.
Yeah, so what I found out, because I didn't understand why it couldn't. So apparently your malpractice insurance covers you based on where the patient's located. So that's the problem. So if your state doesn't, or that state where the patient is doesn't allow a televisit, then our employers are very upset that we will be doing medicine without having malpractice insurance. So so hopefully that will change. There is a lot of legislation going on right now to make it sort of a whole U.S. would be covered for telehealth, which is what needs to happen. Obviously, it happened during COVID because everything was suspended, and that's when we all realized we could do this. And then, unfortunately, it was taken away. The other thing I would say about multiple opinions is I've seen patients in the relapse cohort who are, have sort of exhausted therapies and are trying to get back on a treatment, and they're going through 5 or 6 different doctors and crisscrossing the country, and they're not getting treated. And their disease progresses, and they're getting weaker, and they're getting sicker, and obviously that potentially could be detrimental. So I think there's a balance of how much second opinion you need.
I think Dr. Chari's had a lot of great quotes now. The cure for anxiety, not more opinions. That's a good one. We should tweet that one out.
We have a number of other questions, and we're going to have another question session later. And a lot of you in the online audience have submitted questions as well. But we do have to take a break for a number of reasons. Dr. Chari will be heading to the airport very soon. Dr. Bradeja will soon be visiting with his family. He's a native of this area. And Dr. Krishnan is going to be with us for the next half, and you've already gotten a preview of her talk. So so with that, I want to thank you all for bearing with us in the beginning. I think you saw today that you were very, very, very lucky. You're unlucky to be here and have association with myeloma. But if you have that, you're very, very lucky to have seen the speakers you've seen this morning. They are exceptional. They are leaders in their field in the world. And one of the things that I always emphasize, it took me about 25 roundtables to figure out what makes these so valuable. And what I think makes these so valuable and why it's worth coming to them live is you will get insights here that you will never get from reading a paper, an article, or anything. You will get different opinions and views of how you should think about what you need. So with that, I want you to thank our faculty with me.
Great.
Lunch, when you go out the door, we've got boxed lunches for you to go out. The lunchroom is on the other side of this air wall, and then we'll be meeting here again at 12:45.
Greg, can I just make 2 comments? So this afternoon, I am incredibly excited. We have 2 colleagues from City of Hope, Orange County, something incredibly unique to what we're doing in Orange County. Dr. Richard Lee, who is nationally renowned for integrative medicine. He's incredible. He was a Fulbright scholar, went to China to learn about integrative medicine, and has some incredible research and trials and things he's going to be doing at our cancer center in Orange County using integrative medicine to help treat symptoms of patients with cancer. So we're really excited that he agreed to come and speak. And then the other physician we have is actually recruited from MD Anderson, also unique to Orange County, because she answers a question that you guys always ask. Well, what exercise? You said do exercise. What exercise can I do? What are the other things I can do back from chemo to feel better? And so she is a physical medicine rehab doctor who is going to talk about that exercise, bone health. What are the things you can do? And it's pretty unique that we have her as well as part of our Orange County Cancer Center. So I hope you all can stick around for that.
And with that, I am just going to pass it over. Are you ready, Jaden?
Okay, well, I guess we'll go down the line a little bit. I just want everybody to either share a personal experience that they've had with coaching, or share what you're learning from coaching, or what you're contributing to coaching. So just so you know, the coach program, like I said in the morning, we have over 200 coaches. They're experienced patients and caregivers themselves. We put them through training. They have regular meetings. And some of them will come to ASH, the ASH meeting in December. And so we just try to make sure they're as prepared as possible. So some people are like, oh, I don't feel qualified to be a coach. You know, I don't know that much about myeloma or whatnot. But we provide the resources. So sometimes it's just them pointing people to resources. But Heidi, maybe you want to start. Heidi and I were just talking about what she's actually learning, you know, from the coach program.
My name is Heidi. I'm also a myeloma patient. I was diagnosed 8 years ago and decided to coach, or went to Jenny and asked how could I help back in 2019. So we're starting this coaching program. So that's back when I started. And I regularly coach people for all different reasons and all different phases, from smoldering to they've progressed down the road. And so just to highlight one recent person, she was diagnosed probably in the springtime, and her concern mainly, and which was a lot of people that are diagnosed, is not necessarily themselves, but their caregiver or their children. So she's young, and she has a child at home, and it was what our main, in the coaching conversations are patient directed, like whatever you want to talk about, whatever you have questions about, either I'll direct you somewhere else as far as like a specialist, or, you know, if they're not with a specialist, definitely tell them you need to talk with a specialist. In this particular case, she just really was having a hard time. And I had 3 kids at home when I was diagnosed, and just trying to, you know, comfort her regarding her child. And she was trying to make a treatment decision, whether or not, because she was kind of on the fence, whether to do the quad, the 4 treatment, Revlimid, Velcade, Dex, and daratumumab, or do a transplant. She just, and her problem with the transplant wasn't the transplant itself, it was leaving her child and going into the hospital for 2 weeks. She just really had a hard time with that and worried about her child. So just kind of talking through that, and she was just really trying to make a decision. And, you know, what I could do is relate. I can't, you know, tell her, you know, what kind of decision to make as far as whether to do a transplant or not. It's a personal decision. I just told her, you know, to be confident in, you know, look to your specialist and who you're confident and comfortable, and you make your decision in the end. And she did. She went for transplant. And back to talking about like the kids, earlier in the coaching, a lot of patients with that kind of question about how their kids thought. I did do a survey, and they had sent it out to a couple of the different coaches that had children at home, if that was your situation, and what were the children's thoughts. So we went out to the children of people that had been through transplants and said, you know, how did you feel? What would you want someone to say to you? What really helped you? What was challenging? All that kind of information. And so I try to give that out to patients as well. Anytime they have a question or concern, we try and be that resource or find more information on that for them. So this one patient, she did go in the hospital for 2 weeks, which is great. That was over 4th of July, and she, in a month, she's in remission, and she's going to be doing a run benefiting myeloma in the next month. So it was just going through that journey with her, and she realized at the end of it, you know, I'd rather be there long term for my child than, you know, not be there for 2 weeks. So that was her decision in the end, and it worked out. So
okay, great example. And Todd, you and Diane can talk separately if you want, or as a team. But how about you? About explaining like why you decided to become a coach, a little bit about how you coach, why you decided to start the group because of coaching, and all that kind of stuff.
I think the why we became a coach was because we sat in these type of chairs in March of 2020, as Greg was describing, that last pre-COVID event. And that in-person opportunity to meet you and the HealthTree leadership team and to meet other patients kind of inspired and compelled us to do more. And it was at that moment that we, out of gratitude for the other people that we had talked to that had pointed us towards valuable resources and tips on navigation and conversations that really inspired hope in us and helped alleviate the paralyzing fear that we originally had, we said, you know what, we got to pay it back and step up and get out of our comfort zone. Like Cindy Brown was one of our early coaches that just not only helped with the science, but helped with my head. You know, and I think coaches are uniquely positioned to do that. Doctors can give you all of that incredible information, but there's something that a coach can provide because they've walked in those shoes as far as the mental side of this journey. So we decided to step up and become coaches, and I think all those things that Heidi was talking about and talking about the value of an expert, and not saying you have to do it, but just things to think about and resources to consider. And it's been, I think, a blessing. We've been very blessed to be a blessing to other people and have people come back and say that, you know, you get an email after a conversation, they say, "You are my life preserver." It's like, wow, that's amazing. I'm not a doctor, but I can actually have that kind of impact on somebody, or a conversation that we've had that maybe led them to seek out a specialist or ask a question that maybe has led to a personalization of their treatment plan and not just, you know, cookbook medicine. You know, it really feels like you can have an impact. You want to say anything about the coaching side, and then we'll talk about the group for a second.
And I use the word care partner because we are partners in this. I would just love, how many of you out here are caregivers, care partners? There's quite a few hands, which is awesome. So Todd and I coach people together, couples, families. We've coached at one point, there were 6, I think, on a couch that we did a Zoom call with, a patient and his wife, and then children, adult children. We both have coached children of patients. I've coached quite a few care partners as well as patients myself. We meet you where you're at. If you were watching all of this today and it was 10, 20 feet above your head and you're newly diagnosed, that's a great sign that a coach would be a help. If you, at different stages, you may desire to reach out for coaching, whether you're newly diagnosed or you suddenly find yourself in a relapse refractory stage, or suddenly you have time to actually go, gosh, I would like to talk to somebody. That coaching program, we've all either been there as a patient or as a care partner, and can just share our perspective and maybe help talk through some of the things that you may be thinking or feeling. I will say my care partner coachees, those tend to be longer lasting relationships. The patients come and go when they need you. Care partners, we're kind of all in this for the long haul. And so maybe in the initial diagnosis, you're in warrior mode and you're focused on the patient. And as you get further along, you realize that this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And so the more that we can help and partner together to get you where you need to be, and then also help the patient get where he or she needs to be, we're here. But then we took it another level.
We were having so much fun in these one-on-one interactions, but realizing that we were coaching together, I think, over about 100 people so far, but realizing that it seems to have an impact, and how can you make a bigger impact? And so Jenny had this vision of starting these community programs, and they had one in Mountain West and said, hey, let's do one in the West. And I'm like, haven't led a support group. I agree with the concept. And I think many of you would agree that support groups are great, but even if there's probably only 10% of the people in a local geography that are connected in any meaningful way to a support group for whatever reason. Maybe just not on the right day of the week, or it's an inconvenient time, or you're not convinced of the value of it. But we thought, there'd be value to bringing another support group to Southern California for the entire region, and trying to bring in experts and navigational tips, and also just a broader sense of community across Southern California. Because you saw Dr. Krishnan, we have experts at Cedars, we have UCLA, San Diego. there's great experts throughout Southern California. We thought there's shared lessons that we can learn from each other and support each other as a Southern California community. Got over 750 members now in our group, continues to grow and get stronger every single month. Have any of you, I know some of you have, because I'm so glad to see your faces in person. Who's joined one of those SoCal regional meetings in the past? That is, oh my gosh, that's so awesome.
That's awesome.
And we are so glad to see you here, and I know we probably have a lot of them online as well. And if you're in Southern California and you want to participate and join us, we would love to have you join. It's a really strong community. We have learned from you. It's not our group, it's our group. And so any suggestions you have on speakers, topics, things like that, we welcome it. And we just look forward to growing it. We have some great speakers lined up already for 2023. We have a great speaker in Rebecca Tobin, who's back there, going to talk about resources and things in our November meeting. Hope you'll join us in November, but as in this coming Tuesday. And everybody will get something out of that. So the program has just grown, and we're so grateful for all of you. And it builds up the coaching program.
Yeah, interestingly, we have a coach summit once a year, and the coaches get together in Utah and Park City, and they get education. It's multi-day kind of education, and they really kind of came up with this idea. Okay, we need to start groups, and once Todd and Diane started it, then people said, well, we want a Northeast chapter, and we want a Southeast chapter, and we want a Southwest chapter. So you'll see that grow over time, and you can find those chapters on our website. So there's a whole section in the menu that just says chapters, and then you can sort by regional. So that's where you can find it. Once you subscribe to the chapter, you'll be given reminders about every upcoming event in that chapter. And in addition to the chapters that are regional, we also have topic-based. So like I was saying before, if you're headed to stem cell transplant, you could join the stem cell transplant chapter. Or if you have PCL, you can join the PCL chapter, things like that. Okay, thank you so much. And then Jack, yeah, she might be out doing something. Yeah, so it's fun because Audrey kind of takes care of if you're familiar with the tech or how to set it up or how to get patients registered for the events and all that. So we have a team that takes care of that for you. And then Jackie, do you want to share an experience that you've had or something that you want to share about the coach program?
Hello, I'm Jackie, and I'm a patient. I was diagnosed in 2017. I had a stem cell transplant in 2018. And I had never heard of a multiple myeloma when I was diagnosed, so we went to the internet and got scared to death. And it wasn't until probably 2 years after my diagnosis and my treatment that I found HealthTree. A friend told me they saw Jenny on like Good Morning America or something.
The Today Show.
Okay, I hadn't watched it, but I went and found it on YouTube, and then I went to it, and it was just like a lifesaver, because it was so much information that was easy to understand. The university, it explained it in a layman's term, because you get all this information, and it's like medical information. If you didn't go to medical school, you don't really get it. And like the doctor said, when you hear cancer, you just kind of freeze. So having HealthTree has been really good. And then I found the coaching. And I hadn't gotten a coach. Actually, you can get a coach as a coach, but I didn't get a coach. But honestly, the Lord put it on my heart to coach, and I didn't do it because I couldn't tell my story without just bawling. It was still too emotional, and I thought, I'm just going to scare people to death, if I'm supposed to be helping you. But when I start talking about it, I'm bawling. That's not going to be beneficial. So I had to get to a point to where I kind of healed a little bit. But when I did start coaching, I think my first experience was with the lady. And I remember talking to her on the phone and getting off the phone because she just said at the end how much I'd helped her. But I kept thinking, oh, I meant to say this. Oh, I should have told her that. And I just felt like such a failure because I had so much I wanted to say, but I just hadn't, But when she sent like the email and was saying how great I had done, I'm like, wow. That's weird because I don't feel like I did anything. But as I went on and started meeting other people, I started feeling like talking to them helped me more. So then I almost felt guilty because it's like, I don't think I'm doing them a service. They're like helping me. But it has just been such a blessing because I have met people and you let them bring you whatever issues they may have. But really all you're doing is just sharing your experience. And by sharing your experience, some things they will say, oh, that happened to me. Or be like, oh, I never knew that. I'll ask my doctor. So you realize the impact. And I'm just very appreciative for the entire coaching program because, again, people say I help them, but I always say you really don't understand. You help me more than I feel like I'm helping you. So I've been recruiting today just at lunch, and I've heard some wonderful people's experience, and I think we're going to have a couple of new coaches coming on board because it is all about us helping each other. We are the patients, or we're the care partners. You know, my husband, my sister, my niece, all these people, my sons, all these people have a vested interest in me, obviously, and they've been there for me when I didn't even know what was going on. So having a program that they can even get help from, you know, at any point they can go on HealthTree and learn more about it. It's a blessing. I can't say anything more than I've never talked to someone and felt completely adequate, but it's still always helped them. So don't think I'm not adequate enough. They do teach you what to do. You're still gonna feel inadequate, but when you do it, you're gonna be a blessing to someone and you're gonna get blessed.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, that's what I wanted everyone to share, so thank you so much.
Dr. Krishnan, it's your turn. Like I said, we've already had a sneak preview, and now we're going to see the actual presentation.
Perfect. So this is like Groundhog's Day, so thank you. We're going to start. I'm going to be talking to you about maintenance therapy, and I'll just put a little plug in for that. That is actually City of Hope, so if you don't recognize it or haven't been there, this is our new Orange County center in Irvine, and that's where Dr. Lee, who's going to be speaking later, and Dr. Chang are also located, and we're incredibly proud of our facility, and it is, as some of you have already visited, can attest, it's really quite a beautiful facility, as beautiful as a hospital could be, I would say. So I'm going to talk about maintenance and why do we do it, why is it important, and what are we changing in maintenance. So you've heard a lot about this concept of minimal residual disease this morning. We talked about, and how do we check for it? And I recognize people are at different levels in terms of their knowledge about it. But really just to sort of codify it, our approach to myeloma has really changed as we've had better and better drugs. And what I mean by that is this concept of the iceberg. That's really, we talk about a lot in myeloma. So previously, we would be happy if patients got a complete remission. And so you think about that, that means that basically with the top of above the water, we don't see any more myeloma. And that's because if you look at this definition of complete remission in myeloma, it means you need to have less than 5% plasma cells in your bone marrow and no detectable M protein in your blood or urine. But think about that you can still have a lot of myeloma in your body, and that's the idea. There can be myeloma lurking under the surface, and in fact, there often was in those patients who we thought were in complete remission. As we got better and better drugs, we were able to chip away more and more at that myeloma that was lurking under the surface till we get to this really tiny amount that we can detect now by these really sensitive tests, and that's minimal residual disease. And you heard Dr. Patel say 10 to the minus 5, so 1 in 100,000 myeloma cells we can find. 10 to the minus 6, 1 in 1,000,000 cells we can find of myeloma now. So the question is, why is that important? And it's because this idea that that bit of minimal residual disease can still take root and regrow and cause relapse of the myeloma. Now, it's a lot more complicated than that, though, because I'll give you an example. I saw a patient who had a transplant over a decade ago, is not on any treatment. Out of curiosity, we did a marrow, I think, about a year ago, and she has minimal residual disease positive, but she hasn't relapsed in a decade. And so we think it's not just having minimal residual disease. We're learning more and more that it's also the immune system, or what we call the immune microenvironment, that also plays a role in terms of myeloma regrowing or coming back. So it's a complex thing, and so so this ideas will evolve as we get better treatments for myeloma. And certainly immune therapies are a huge part of that. Now, what do we use for maintenance right now? So the biggest tried and true drug we use is Revlimid or lenalidomide. And I've listed here, and you don't need to memorize them, all the studies, but the important things are, when you look at those studies, take home a couple things. Number one, those studies compared the use of Revlimid to placebo after stem cell transplant. And what they showed is if you give Revlimid versus just observation, you can almost double the time that people stay in remission. We then combined a couple of those trials together, and we did what we call a meta-analysis of over 1,000 patients, and found that if you used Revlimid maintenance after a transplant, you could actually make people live longer. And that sort of is the ultimate gold standard for us as myeloma doctors. Can you improve survival? And indeed, you can. So much so, my colleague, Dr. Shaw, who I encourage you, follow her on Twitter. She tweets really only at the big meetings, but she's very witty and summarizes all the abstracts in very catchy ways. Made the analogy that Revlimid is like the Tom Cruise of myeloma. It's been around forever, but it's still going strong. And so then we did another study, and I was the chair of this. This was a national trial. It's called the Stamina Trial, and that may be because of the stamina required to get through this, because one of the arms you can see was 2 transplants followed by lenalidomide maintenance. This trial was asked the question, what's the best thing to do after your first transplant to stay in remission? But we then looked later at this trial also for a couple other things. One of the things we did was look at, does it matter how long you stay on Revlimid? And so initially when we did this trial, we only planned to do it for 3 years of Revlimid. And that, quite frankly, I wish I could say that was science. It wasn't science. It was just practical. That's how much Celgene would pay to support for the 3 years of Revlimid. So that's initially how we started, because these trials often happen in parallel. So we didn't have all the other data yet about Revlimid maintenance. But then all the other data came out. Let me go back. And what we found was, in fact,
staying on Revlimid maintenance beyond 3 years helped keep people in remission. So this sort of came out, and then we have all those other trials to build upon it. The idea of staying on Revlimid maintenance kind of indefinitely really became sort of the gold standard in the United States. Now, the French, on the other hand, still very differently, not surprisingly, use a fixed duration of Revlimid. They use 1 year in their study. Sometimes they use 2 in some of their other studies. And they did that because of this concern of second cancers. And so you can see that there is a higher risk of getting a second cancer if you're on Revlimid maintenance compared to doing nothing. But some of that becomes the devil you know, because the use of maintenance, especially with Revlimid, reduces your risk of getting myeloma by over 50%. So it's a balancing act. The one good thing we learned is the risk of second cancer doesn't seem to increase the longer you stay on Revlimid. So that really then sort of gets us more interested in other research questions, part of which we're doing right now at City of Hope, of looking back and saying, can we predict who is at more risk of getting second cancers? Is it something in someone's bone marrow that already predisposes them to them? Is there some mutations that they have, for example, that they may be more likely to get this? And maybe those patients, we would in the future maybe not use Revlimid, think about something else. So this is, again, how the field evolves to more personalized medicine. So we're doing this balancing act. We're looking at, we want things that keep people in remission longer. We want things that make people live longer. We want things that are safe. So we also think about side effects, right? So we think Revlimid is great because it's a pill, but those of you on it know it's not that easy to take. Fatigue, diarrhea, skin rash, dry eyes. Cost, certainly big issue. And this idea you heard from Dr. Chari this morning, I mean, everyone wants to be off of therapy at some point. So, you know, are there patients who really don't need to be on it indefinitely? So trying to figure that out is important as we move forward. You heard this morning about risk stratification. You heard Dr. Chari mention the Forte trial. So we love catchy names for our studies. So this is an Italian study. And it's probably not important to sort of key in on the initial part. The initial part was trying to answer the question, do you need a transplant or can you just use fairly intensive chemotherapy? In this case, carfilzomib, lenalidomide, and dexamethasone. But looking at the second part of this, sorry, what did I just do here? Study right here, it looked at maintenance. And it looked at Revlimid, standard maintenance, or it looked at a stronger maintenance, adding carfilzomib to the Revlimid. And I didn't put the result in here, but basically it showed, especially for high-risk disease, really augmenting the maintenance with carfilzomib seemed to help. So patients with 17p deletion, for example, patients who had that 414 chromosome abnormality, patients who had 1q abnormalities up to a certain point also seem to benefit. So it suggests the discussion we heard this morning. So for high-risk patients, we definitely do maintenance and often do even stronger maintenance than just Revlimid alone. Now, the next question, though, is, of course, then, if you're going to do these stronger maintenance strategies, can you use other tests to figure out when can you stop them? So this is a Polish study. And what this study did was give patients carfilzomib and Revlimid. It's important to note they only did it and then looked at patients who had standard risk disease, so not high-risk patients. They gave them 6 cycles, and then they did that MRD test to see if they found any myeloma left. And if they didn't, they de-escalated therapy and just kept people on Revlimid alone. Now, I don't love this study, to be honest, but it is what it is. I use it more to illustrate a couple points. So what this study showed is if you did carfilzomib and Revlimid, you stayed in remission longer than just doing Revlimid alone, but you didn't live any longer. And this is the big question. What is the price you paid for staying in remission versus just waiting, and if the myeloma started to get worse, then adding another drug? So the price you paid is, first of all, a lot more visits to your doctor, 112 more infusions and visits. So think about that in terms of time and cost as well. Over $500,000 extra cost. So, you know, these are the things you weigh, and physicians weigh as you think about a risk-benefit analysis, picking the best maintenance option for each patient. And that's why, again, it's not a one-size-fits-all. And then you heard Dr. Chari this morning mention the MASTER study, and this is a study that's still ongoing. So, you know, the conclusions may change or evolve as time goes on. But it does a couple things. It takes, first of all, probably the most intense regimen we have right now. So the quadruplet regimen, but and using daratumumab, carfilzomib, lenalidomide, and dexamethasone. So that's a pretty intense regimen. It is pretty immunosuppressive as well. Doing a transplant and then doing more of that regimen after the transplant. You can see here 8 cycles of that, looking at MRD at multiple time points as well. When you look at MRD, you also need to look at what test did they use. So here you can see they used 10 to the minus 5. So that's important versus 10 to the minus 6, just in terms of how sensitive your test was. And what they found is this idea of risk again. So they de-escalated therapy if patients became MRD negative. They then allowed patients to go on Revlimid alone. But they found that even in the high risk, ultra high risk patients, so those patients who had 2 or more of these high risk chromosome features, even those who got extremely deep responses, if they stopped or de-escalated therapy, they had a higher risk of disease recurrence. So it suggests for ultra high risk patients, you really need to keep the sort of foot on the accelerator and keep the intensity of therapy going. But for patients who had much less risk, you can stop therapy after a period of time if you get deep sustained responses. So this is how our thinking's starting to evolve in terms of maintenance therapy for patients. And then this is the trial that I'm leading right now. This is a now international study because we're doing it with Canada as well. It's over 1,000 patients. It's called the DRAMATIC study. And we're really excited about this study because it's going to answer 2 questions. First of all, it's going to answer the question, is adding daratumumab to Revlimid a better maintenance option for patients? So can you get more patients into remission, stay in remission? And the ultimate endpoint of this study is really what we all want to know, can it help patients live longer? But the other exciting thing this trial is going to do is say, can you stop therapy? So if patients after 2 years are MRD negative, down to 1 to the 10 to the minus 6, so 1 in a million, they get assigned to either continuing therapy or stopping therapy. So it will answer in a truly randomized, unbiased fashion, if you get a prolonged, deep response to your treatment, can you stop your treatment? So, you know, so the good news is this trial has already accrued over 900 patients. It's accruing quicker than we even projected, which really speaks to, I think, the need for this study. The other good news is, as you heard this morning, patients with myeloma are living longer and longer. So that means that this overall survival endpoint is going to take years to really find out, and probably Dr. Patel is going to be the only one left sitting on the stage at that point. But you know, I think it is very important. We're of course going to look at other earlier time points to try and get a clue to that as well, but not wait till the ultimate endpoint. But you know, I think that shows you why maintenance studies are very, very hard to do. They cost a ton of money because you need so many patients and you need to follow patients for years. So following patients for up to a decade to be able to get these answers. And then this is the future. So you heard about bispecific antibodies, these new drugs. You heard that teclistamab just got approved. We're incredibly excited about bispecific antibodies. So of course in myeloma, the minute you get a drug approved in relapse disease, you want to say, can I use it somewhere else? So this is a study that's going to open using teclistamab plus Revlimid, comparing to Revlimid alone after transplant, and it's a fixed duration, 2 years in both arms, to see if that can improve and keep people in remission. So this trial's recently just opened. Again, big study, so it's gonna take a while to get an answer, but again, it just shows you where the field is heading. So the other future direction is CAR T. Of course, everyone says, can I get a CAR T cell? So there is a trial, and we're literally having the site visit for it in the next couple weeks at City of Hope, for patients after an autologous transplant and after 6 months of Revlimid. If they haven't achieved a deep response, they're eligible to get CAR T cell consolidation. So that's a trial. It's a national study. I talked to you about the Majestic study, the teclistamab study, and then I talked to you about really MRD. And I do see that in the future that is really going to be a big part of our decisions and deciding when are we going to stop maintenance therapy. So let me conclude by what we want. We all obviously want to be stronger. We want to be faster. We'd all love to be Usain Bolt. But we have to acknowledge myeloma is a heterogeneous disease. We have to acknowledge as treating doctors and researchers, we have no agreement. What's the ultimate endpoint? We all know we want people to live longer, but are we willing to wait that many years to get that answer from a study? Probably not. Right now, what we know is there are certain patients we need to go stronger. Patients who have high-risk myeloma, for example, and ultra-high-risk myeloma, we really need to continue intensive, prolonged therapy. But there are other patients who have relatively standard risk disease who probably we can start backing down and taking the foot off the accelerator. And we're waiting for the results of the dramatic study to really hopefully prove what we've already sort of a priori thought in our minds. And then lastly, I do want to acknowledge all our myeloma group, which is growing and growing and adding in Orange County as well. I want to just put a plug in that we've opened our research operations in Orange County, and we've been very excited. The dramatic study is open down there. And we're going to start one of our first bispecific trials down there as well. So we're really excited to have our Lennar facility accessible to patients. So thank you. And speaking of Lennar, I am excited that we're going to have our next speaker, Dr. Lee, and I'll let Greg introduce him.
When I first discussed this meeting with Dr. Krishnan, she highly recommended our next two speakers. She said they have ideas that your audience is going to be really, really interested in. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Richard Lee from the City of Hope.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Greg and HealthTree and as well to Dr. Krishnan for inviting me. It's great to be here. So I'm going to talk about something a little bit different than probably your usual multiple myeloma talks, and thinking about a little bit out of the box, which was something we call integrative medicine and how that might really help you as a patient. Is it okay if I walk around? Oh, okay. Let me run up there, and then I'm just going to walk around a little bit. We'll try to do some audience participation here, if that's all right. You probably weren't prepared for any quizzes or questions, right? Okay, can you hear me okay? Great. A little bit closer. Okay, can you hear me okay? All right. So no disclosures. Not going to be selling any supplements or products. Dr. Lee's cure-all. The outline's really, talking about integrative medicine, and oftentimes we use the terms integrative, complementary, alternative. So we'll talk about what that all means, and then in the second half of the talk, we'll talk about specifically areas such as pain, stress, sleep, and how we can find other ways to help you other than, say, maybe another prescription. Okay, and we'll talk about the evidence. So when I tell people I do integrative medicine, I think I got a lot of funny looks, like what is this guy doing? And I get a lot of things from my patients for consults. So people bring me books, and you're hiding the cure for cancer, and these kind of things. And so it's a wide variety of things that happen out there in the field. And Barry Castleth, who created the integrative medicine program at Memorial Sloan Kettering, she used to say there's a lot of quackery happening in the field. And I would say yes, unfortunately there is some quackery out there. So if smells like a duck and quacks like a duck, be careful. Okay. Frank started to get a funny feeling that his doctor was a quack. So what is the difference? Who's heard about integrative medicine? Most people. Some people have. Some people haven't. What do you think about integrative medicine versus alternative medicine versus complementary medicine? What does that mean to you? And you could just shout it out. Anybody? Is it all the same to you, or? Okay, so more directed by a physician and thinking about the whole body, the holistic approach. Anyone else? Just yell it out. It's okay. Don't be shy. Right. Yes, good question. So let's talk about that. So when I think about alternative, exactly right. So I do have patients who say, well, so I'm a GI medical oncologist, and they say, well, I'm going to go try to do acupuncture and treat my cancer. So okay, that's alternative. That's out of the box. But there are people, I know people who've done this. I'm going to try that. And then there are some people who say, well, I'm going to get chemotherapy, get a stem cell transplant, and I'm going to try acupuncture to cure my cancer. I would say, well, that's like a complementary approach. You're kind of doing a little bit of everything. But integrative is really kind of what someone mentioned earlier, is really thinking more carefully and deliberately about these different approaches. So if someone said, I have myeloma, I'm going to get treatment, chemotherapy, go through a stem cell transplant, and I'm going to use acupuncture as a way to help manage my nausea, I would say that's an integrative approach. And because there's actually data, there's been randomized controlled trials showing that acupuncture can improve nausea symptoms. Okay, so that to me is an integrative approach, is really thinking about acupuncture and what is it useful for based on the science that's out there as part of your treatment plan. Okay, so that's really thinking about it together with conventional medicine. Is it personalized, evidence-based, and is it safe for that individual patient? Now there is the NCCIH, National Center for Complementary Integrative Health, which is part of NIH. It actually started in the 1990s, 91. It was Office of Alternative Medicine, because it was a new field. No one knew what to call it. Then later on, they renamed it as the National Center for Complementary Alternative Medicine, NCAM. And then more recently, they changed it to Complementary and Integrative Health, because the terminology is really changing, and we want to get away from alternative approaches and really move more toward complementary, really integrative approaches overall. And so they define as healthcare approaches that have been developed outside of modern or Western medicine. So it's a very broad definition. It can include things from Ayurvedic medicine, Chinese medicine, Native American approaches as well. So if you look at the NCCIH categories, there's a variety of different categories that we think about. One being kind of natural products or supplements that you see at your grocery store or vitamin store. Mind-body interventions, things like meditation. Then you have body-based, so kind of massage therapy, osteopathic manipulation, and then they kind of have this other, which is your catch-all. But this is where you might see these kind of entire medical systems like traditional Chinese medicine or Ayurvedic medicine. Also, energy therapies would be included in there as well. Okay. So there is a consortium of academic centers for integrative medicine and health, and it really talks about what is the definition of integrative medicine. One, kind of reaffirms the relationship between the patient and the provider. Two, really should be whole person care, holistic care. And I think the third and fourth ones are really what differentiate it. It has to be informed by evidence, right? There has to be some data to indicate why we're maybe recommending a therapy. And then utilizing all appropriate therapeutic options. So acupuncture is not good for everybody, right? Just like mind-body medicine might not be the right approach for everyone. So really think about that person and a personalized approach to achieve optimal health and healing. Right, so I like this definition by the consortium. It includes over 50 academic centers, including Harvard, Mayo Clinic, Duke, other organizations. So when I think about the whole picture, and you have the the patient, you have the cancer, and you have the two sides of the coin, the yin-yang. And then you have all your traditional therapies, right? Surgery, chemotherapy, radiation, of course, stem cell transplant, immunotherapy, as Dr. Krishnan was talking about. And then we also want to support the patient through the whole journey, right? So thinking about the key dimensions, your physical, psychological, spiritual, and social dimensions. And what are all the pieces of the puzzle that we need to put together to really have a comprehensive, holistic approach to your cancer care, right? And so what does that look like? So on the physical dimension, you're going to hear about like physical therapy from Dr. Chang, but palliative care, nutrition, exercise, psychiatrists, psychologists, chaplains. And then, of course, we have to support you things like health coaches that we heard about earlier, health tree organizations, support groups, education navigators. These are all important part of your entire treatment plan, right? How do we get you through from diagnosis through survivorship? And really, integrative medicine is like another piece of the puzzle, right? It's another part of your toolkit to think about how else can I have a more comprehensive, complete treatment plan, okay? Now, what's happening in the United States, if we look at the CDC most recent data, people are using natural products, one in 6, 1 in 7 or so, deep breathing techniques, mind-body techniques, meditation, massage, special diets, acupuncture. So, and this is just the adults in the general population in the past 12 months, okay? Now, actually, I did this survey when I was in Cleveland, where I came from before coming here. We were looking at patients' level of interest in different therapies, and you can see massage is, one of the most, has the highest level of interest among patients. So, over 50% of patients are interested in that. But there's also interest in meditation, acupuncture, music therapy, yoga therapy. What's interesting to me, we also asked, well, what if your physician recommended it? And you can see in the red bar, actually the interest goes up quite a bit. And then we also said, well, what would your interest level be if we ran a clinical trial? And the interest level also goes up. So we just wanted to get a sense of how do people think about it in different scenarios. So this is the kind of model I've been using most recently in my own clinic when I see patients for integrative oncology consultation. And so you have the patient in the center, the family, their culture. Then we have all the important therapies that we're providing, right? This is an integrative approach, not an alternative approach. And then we want to surround that with all the supportive and integrative therapies that are really important to get that patient, your family through the whole process. And we also want to help support the clinicians. We want to help support Dr. Krishnan and what she's doing as well. And then there are specific integrative therapies in each domain. We talk about integrative medicine, acupuncture, massage, using art therapy in the psychological domain, healing spaces. So we have a garden in the back of the new Orange County Lennar Foundation Cancer Center. Also at Duarte has a very beautiful garden. So all these are really important. If you come visit the Lennar Foundation Cancer Center, you'll see it's very intentional in terms of how it looks and how it feels. It doesn't feel like a typical cancer. And I'm sure some of you have probably visited, right? It doesn't feel like, if it wasn't a sign out, so you may not even know that it's a cancer center. And that was intentional. We really want the environment to be very different. Okay, we didn't want that sterile kind of non-healing environment. So what are some differences between integrative medicine, similarities and differences between integrative medicine and supportive care? But they're both about holistic care, focus on your quality of life, symptom management. But integrative medicine also thinks about your overall health and well-being. So really more importance on nutrition and exercise, lifestyle medicine, optimizing kind of the whole person, and then thinking about integrative therapies as appropriate when they have evidence base, okay, for symptom management. All right. So, and this is a small group, so if you have questions, feel free to stop me. I know we're going to do some question and answer at the end as well. So, so when I see patients, these are probably the most common reasons I see patients in clinic. One, patients are interested in an integrative or holistic approach to their cancer care. So we do a lot focusing on things like lifestyle medicine. I have patients who are kind of interested, when I imagine when you got diagnosed, your neighbor, your cousins, and everyone telling you, hey, you got to do this, you got to do this. And so they come with a list of questions and things they've been sent. And so I kind of go through that list and say, hey, does this make sense? They might have seen Dr. Oz show and he recommended another supplement. So they're like, do I take this too? And so we kind of go through all those lists. And then I have patients who have a lot of chronic symptoms, who are already on high-dose opioids, who may not want, they're already getting sleepy or constipated. You want something that's non-prescription to help them with their symptoms like pain. And then I do see patients who, for a variety of reasons, they may be going to Mexico or seen in an alternative clinic and they wanted some guidance. And I think our traditional approach has been if patients were kind of choosing alternative therapies, we said, well, good luck, and we'll see you later. So what I try to do is talk to them, guide them. You know, we don't always see eye to eye, and that's their choice. But at least I follow along with them. So if they go to Tijuana, Mexico, and want to do alternative therapies, I don't close the door. I say, hey, let's keep in touch every 3 months. Let's see what's happening. And in my experience over the past 10 years, unfortunately, 99% of these patients come back in worse condition. But we want to catch them early, right? We don't want to catch them when it's too late, before an emergency happens. So we say, hey, what's happening? Is it working? If it's not working, hey, let's talk again, and maybe it's worth another opinion with Dr. Krishnan or your physician about, is that alternative therapy really the right approach? So we try to help keep in touch with people and provide a way back if things aren't going well. Okay, monitor them. You'd be surprised how many of these alternative clinics, don't check basic labs. They don't get CT scans. I'll see patients and they'll say, well, when's the last time they checked your kidney function, your liver function? Oh, they haven't checked it. And so it's surprising what some of these clinics might do. So I just want to spend one slide on the real importance of lifestyle medicine. And sometimes patients will jump to herbs and supplements before they really focus on what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. And so I really emphasize the American Cancer Society guidelines on survivorship around nutrition and exercise, really keeping yourself healthy. That's really the foundation of an integrative approach. So for a lot of patients, I'm focusing on this area. I remember I had one patient one time, I forget what kind of cancer she had, but she was smoking, and she said, Dr. Lee, I need a supplement to negate the effects of smoking. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, that's a tall order, and maybe you should just stop smoking. But she's like, I love it. I know, but you have cancer, and so we have to be realistic. But I focus on this because it's so important, but I think people often forget that their own health is really a foundation from which you can go from, right? So keeping that in mind. Now, this just came out like a couple months ago. The Society for Integrative Oncology with the American Society for Clinical Oncology put out guidelines for integrative medicine and pain. So, and it's out there available. It's free access for all of you. Where we really looked at the evidence. I was part of this panel it took us about a year and a half actually, to look through all the data and look at the research in terms of how can we help pain among cancer patients with integrative therapies. And so these were the 6 major findings for which there was a moderate level of evidence to say this is worthwhile to think about. So acupuncture for patients experiencing what we call aromatase-induced arthralgia. So there's some certain medicines in breast cancer that cause a lot of joint aches, and so acupuncture was shown to be helpful. Those also experiencing general pain or musculoskeletal pain would benefit from acupuncture. Surprisingly, reflexology and acupressure can also be offered for patients who are experiencing pain during treatment. So if if your platelet count is too low or you don't like needles, you can still get reflexology or you could get acupressure. Right? It doesn't mean you can't use those therapies. There's data around massage can be offered for patients for breast cancer, also generally through symptom management. And then hypnosis has also been shown to be helpful for patients undergoing procedures like biopsy. Okay, and can really and I'll talk about some of the data in a little bit here. Okay, how are we doing on time? I want to make sure we're okay. Okay, all right. Just want to make sure we're in on time. So this is a recent study published in JAMA Oncology. This is from June Mao's group at Memorial Sloan Kettering, where he did a large randomized trial looking at electrical acupuncture versus auricular acupuncture versus routine care. And what you can see here, those blue and kind of the dark blue lines did much better than usual care in terms of their musculoskeletal pain. So again, showing the data that there's real evidence that these acupuncture type therapies can be quite helpful and you don't have to rely on more medicines necessarily. And actually, it has, the effect lasts, beyond just the treatment. So I think they had like 12 or 16 weeks and they still had benefit at 24 weeks. This is another one where they just use ear acupuncture. So I don't know, anyone here uses acupuncture? A couple people. Have you had ear acupuncture as well? Yeah, okay. So if you don't want the needles in your body, you can just put little seeds or little beads in your ear as ear acupuncture. And in this study, what you see on the left-hand side is real ear acupuncture. And then in the 2 right columns, let me see here. You can see here, this is actually placebo. So they kind of put it in fake points, or these are placebo points. So compared to the real acupuncture, you can see the score went down from in the mid-50s to mid-30s, versus in the fake acupuncture, it was still in the 50s. Okay, just demonstrating it's not just a placebo effect. There's a real effect to some of these therapies. This is a large randomized trial run by Gene Kutner out of Colorado, where he looked at massage techniques for patients with cancer. And what you see is that both not only that their pain, this is the massage group versus just simple touch, had significant improvements in their pain and mood overall. Right? Again, this is a large randomized clinical trial, phase 3. Now, when I talk about massage, especially for the multiple myeloma group, remember that when we do oncology massage, we don't generally use deep pressure massage, right? Because there could be a lot of bony lesions. And so generally the massage it needs to be modified and probably more level 1 through 3. This is a Walton scale. And so if you see a massage therapist, hopefully they've been trained to how to work with cancer patients. Sometimes we call it oncology massage. There is an organization out there that focuses on oncology patients. And so they need to be using some kind of pressure scale. And generally we use 1 through 3. We don't generally use 4 or 5 for patients, especially if they have known bone metastasis. Then it's more of a light touch so that we don't have any risks there. Just add that in. And then, there was a pilot study we did at MD Anderson. I was one of the authors on this with Kay Garcia, looking at about 19 patients who had chronic neuropathy through their treatment with Velcade and thalidomide. And we did demonstrate that at, I think it was week 9, you almost see a reduction of half of their neuropathy symptoms. So a significant drop in neuropathy just using acupuncture over a 2-month period. Again, and there's growing data that they're looking at it in breast cancer. I know there's a large randomized clinical trial going on with Ting Bao at Memorial where they're looking at it for breast cancer patients with neuropathy as well. And so if you look at national guidelines now, this is the National Comprehensive Cancer Network guidelines, NCCN, which commonly is utilized by insurance companies and such. You can see they have a whole thing in the adult cancer pain guidelines where they talk about things like mindfulness-based stress reduction, things like massage, acupuncture. And so what you're seeing is that national guidelines are starting to include integrative therapies because the evidence is growing and it's worthwhile to think about. This is actually from the American College of Physicians. This came out just about 5 years ago where they were talking about back pain. And I think because of the opioid epidemic, there's been a real push to look for non-pharmacologic approaches to pain. And you can see here they talk about there's level of evidence there's to consider acupuncture and meditation techniques, moderate level quality evidence. So I think there's a lot of benefit. So let's switch gears from pain. Let's go to stress. So does anybody occasionally have stress in this audience? Yeah. And so of course when you get a stress test, you're probably stressing out because you have to do a stress test too, right? The cardiac stress test. So, but then I'm sure some of us also feel anxious and can't sleep at night, right? Yeah, and oftentimes they're related. So if you're stressed, you probably can't sleep. And then if you can't sleep, of course, you're more stressed, right? And if you put pain in here, then if you have pain, you're more stressed and you can't sleep. I mean, it all cycles together. Sometimes we call this symptom clusters, right? But they're very related. And so mind-body practices are probably one of the best, well-studied integrative therapies out there. I don't know if anyone's heard of Herbert Benson. Herbert Benson recently passed away. He came up with the phrase we call relaxation response. And he really understood the science of why things like meditation help patients. And so he was one of the first in the 70s to really look into this. There's a Herb Benson Mind-Body Institute at Harvard named for his work. And so there's really good evidence around stress, mood disturbance, quality of life, and helping with sleep as well, looking at mind-body techniques. So this is a study by Overa and Lang where they were looking at patients who were getting biopsies. And so they had 3 groups. One group got hypnosis during the procedure. Another group got attention control, so it was kind of like a placebo arm, and then standard of care. And what you can see is that the hypnosis group in circles here, solid line circle, they had the lowest pain scores and the lowest anxiety scores going through the procedure. And you might say, well, why do these lines keep going? Because they actually finish the procedure faster. If your patient's less anxious and has less pain, you kind of get the procedure done more efficiently. And so what they found is that these procedures without the hypnosis lasted an extra 30 minutes. Okay, so this is a nicely done randomized controlled trial by Overa Lang. This is Karen Mustian's work from Rochester, where they randomized patients to a yoga technique. And what they found is that patients slept much better when they practiced a yoga meditation. You can see their overall sleep quality improved quite a bit on the blue line. That's a large phase 3 randomized trial. Even in children, there's benefits for like art therapies, like music and art therapy. You can see here where patients undergoing lumbar puncture, if you had them do some kind of music, their pain and anxiety scores were much lower than the control group. With a simple music therapy intervention, right? You don't have to give them Benadryl and Ativan and kind of knock them out. You can just use something like this. This is one of my favorite studies. So anyone I'm sure all come across lavender, and it's like sold in every soap product, right? But is there any science behind lavender? Well, there's a Japanese group, they published this, in 2018. Oh, actually, no, I think maybe 2 years, 2020. And so there are a couple ingredients in lavender. I love this study. So they extracted the different ingredients, and they found that there's a compound called linalool. And when you give linalool to these mice, they relax. You can put mice in an open room or put them in water, and you see how long they stay. And so the mice were much better relaxed when they just smelled linalool, okay, the specific compound in lavender. And then what they compared it to things like Ativan. You can give mice Ativan, and had the same effect. And then if you block a receptor with flumazenil, which reverses things like Ativan, it had no effect. And so they actually demonstrated the actual compound that causes the relaxation due to lavender. And so there have been studies, and this one's in bone marrow biopsy, but there are multiple studies. This is a randomized study where they had half the patients smell lavender oil for 15 minutes before a bone marrow biopsy versus a control group. And you can see that mean anxiety between the two groups, the group that got lavender aromatherapy for 15 minutes had 40% decreased anxiety after procedure. Right? So simple intervention, very low toxicity. I'm actually very interested in trying to do this at Lennar to do a similar study. So you might be asked to participate in a lavender study if you show up at Lennar. But again, NCCN guidelines talks about integrative therapies for pain, nausea, dyspnea, and so the evidence base is really growing. So with that, let me summarize that integrative oncology is part of the supportive care spectrum, and it can really help optimize your cancer care. True integrative oncology has to be evidence-based and really personalized to your care plan. And it's really important for you, if you want to think about integrative approaches, talk to your oncologist, your treating team to say, hey, I'm interested in this. I wouldn't just jump into it, because you want to make sure it doesn't interfere or interact. It's safe for you. And then, you have to think about the timing. When is it appropriate to use one of these therapies? And then there's growing data on acupuncture, mind-body therapies, massage, music therapy to help manage pain, anxiety, stress, and sleep. So I think with that, I will finish, and then I look forward to your questions at the Q&A session later on. So.
Thank you so much. One of the things I love about younger doctors is they know how to keep their time limits. I'm just joshing. We will reconvene. Before we reconvene, I just want to do a reminder real quick. Remember, in the back of your packets, if you are interested in the Myeloma Coach Program, either being a coach or being coached, please leave that at the table where you checked in. If you'd like information about a Health Tree Cure Hub and getting help on any part of it, we've got a nice big staff that can help you with this. Please leave that. And certainly don't forget your evaluations, because those are really important. So we will reconvene at 2:05, and we will see the online audience in 15 minutes. Thanks.
If y'all could have a seat. You can tell I'm from the South. If y'all could have a seat. So our final speaker today, Dr. Jessica Cheng, you were at MD Anderson, is that correct, for quite some time? Yeah. So she came from a really top-notch facility where Dr. Patel is from, who we saw this morning. One of the things that's really interesting about myeloma these days as compared to 25 years ago when I got involved is we're starting to talk about how to live with myeloma and live with it better rather than just surviving it and alleviating side effects. It's a whole different world. And Dr. Jessica Cheng's presentation, I think, is going to show you just how different that world is and how different it is for you as patients and caregivers. So with that, Dr. Cheng. Do you have a mic?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for staying all day. Hopefully, we can wrap this up. So I'm Jessica Cheng, assistant professor and first physiatrist, rehab, AKA rehab physician at City of Hope, Orange County. Let's see. All right, so today I will talk about what PM&R is, talk a little bit about exercise, and if we have enough time, we'll talk about spine hygiene. So a little preface, this is a highly interactive lecture. So I want you to be ready to raise your hands, shout your answer, whip out your phone for a QR code, stand up, sit down, stand up, maybe walk a little bit, okay? Are you guys ready? All right, so this first one, I want you to raise your hand if you or you know your loved one has had this thought at diagnosis. Will I be able to work again? This person's a ship captain or a smoker. Occupation. What about play tennis again or something recreational? Lots of hands there. Travel again? That's a popular one. See my daughter graduate. A lot of you. Play with my grandson. I encourage you guys to look around too. Eat at a restaurant again. See my son get married. Wipe my bottom by myself. There's a few hands. But in essence, what I'm trying to point out is we often have questions of, will I be able to return to my life again? Will I be able to function? This is my favorite type of F word, function. So what is PM&R? It stands for Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, also known as physiatry or physiatry, not to be confused with psychiatry, and you can just call it rehab medicine. It's okay if you're feeling confused right now. Who am I? I am a rehab physician or a rehab doctor. That's what I like to tell people. Or the fancy smancy way to say it is physiatrist. But I won't hold any of you guys to that. So I'm going to jump straight to the summary. The summary is that I like to talk about function. You might have heard your oncologist refer to function as performance status, which often is used to determine whether you qualify for certain chemotherapy or stem cell transplant. And what we talked about earlier, trouble doing fill in the blank, certain activities, that is what I'm interested in. So my goal as a PM&R physician is to enhance and restore function, to maximize independence in your ability to do the activities that you want to do, and to improve your overall quality of life. So how do we do that? And so you can see here, We're a non-surgical specialty that specializes in muscle, bones, joints, ligaments, nervous system, brain, spine, taking into account your cardiovascular health, your rheumatological health. A lot of things contribute to a person's ability to function, especially the musculoskeletal and the neurological systems. What to expect as a physician, I think about medications. Some of us, including myself, can do some injections, like joint injections, trigger point injections, Botox injections for spasticity, not for cosmetic purposes. And so that's something I think about all the time. But also bracing, equipment like walkers, gait aids. This is a rehab, a small rehab gym with the basic components. And so I work very closely with physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and there's many subspecialties within each of those fields. And it's my job to direct you to the right one and make sure that it's a good fit and we're doing the right things to optimize your function in the right timing, kind of in conjunction with all the medical oncologic things that are going on. What makes the most sense for you? This is one of my favorite tools. It's a Theracane to massage trigger points out by yourself so you don't have to have your loved one do this for you all the time, or come see me for an injection. Or heating pads. So anything conservative to help you move better is what I like to take a look at. So eating is also a physical activity. And playing games or cognition, memory, attention, all of those have to do with function and activity. Who's around you, your social support, your family, your friends, to encourage you, to motivate you, to help you, give you a hand when you need it. These are all important factors I consider. And you're probably all wondering what that unicorn is. Let's see if this works. No, it's not working. How many of you guys know this? You know this. Okay. Yes. Okay, just for not too long though. It's okay. Let's watch it at home. The message here is that pelvic floor is also, your pelvic floor function is also an activity, like pelvic pain, urinary or bowel incontinence. That's also in the realm of activity function, and there's specialized therapy for that. All right, so this is a picture of, hopefully you have the sense already that we like to collaborate. We like to talk to everybody, get the full picture of what matters to you and how do we get you functioning better. All right, QR code time, phones out. So while you're getting this, I'm going to ask questions to make sure you looked at this. So make sure you get this before I move on. This is a list of physical impairments or disabilities or conditions from my professional society, which is down here called AAPMNR. So you can go there for more information as well that I don't have the time to cover today. Has everyone got it? Almost? Okay. All right, so quick list of subspecialties here. Take a quick look, scroll through that list of conditions. So my subspecialty is cancer rehabilitation. There's not that many people who are fellowship trained in the nation, but it is quickly growing field. And all of these subspecialties, we have some training in throughout our residency. You can find us in outpatient settings and inpatient settings. Right now, I am working in a purely outpatient setting. Usually, you will find them embedded into orthopedic, multidisciplinary practices or neurosurgery practices, managing all the conservative management, all the non-surgical issues. And inpatient, there can be a consult service. You can find them in a rehab facility where you do intensive rehab for a few weeks, or in skilled nursing facilities. So raise your hands if you have a PM&R physician already. 2, wonderful. Let's talk later. I want to know who it is. Oh, it's me. Smart. All right. How many of you guys have seen one? Okay, all of you guys should have your hands up by now. All of you? No, I'm not one. All right. Wait, can I take a picture? Is anyone? It's totally okay, but I thought maybe I could show my boss the answer to this question. You guys all saw the list already? The conditions? Okay, I won't take a picture if there's not that many hands. How about that? How many of you guys think that you might benefit from seeing a PM&R physician? Okay, give me a moment. Let me try not to trip. That's a lot of you. Okay, I'm showing Ed Kim this. All right, thank you. Thanks for helping me. All right, so is this new? So physical medicine and rehab has been around since 1929, and the first physiatrist embedded in a cancer center at MD Anderson and Memorial Sloan Kettering was actually in the 1960s. So I'll let you determine whether that's new or not. Okay, so what is cancer rehabilitation or prehabilitation? What does that mean? So basically, it's summarized by this up arrow. What we want to do is put an upward force on your physical abilities, your ability to function throughout the entire cancer journey, from diagnosis to wherever life takes you. And so a concept within called prehabilitation is that before you have cancer treatment, or here it's a stem cell transplant, we want to put an upward force on your physical abilities. That way, when you have a stem cell transplant, a chemo treatment, that your decline in function from that is not as bad, and that you can bounce back from it faster. So this is a very hot and new growing field, is prehabilitation. And so rehab and exercise is guideline. I don't have time to go through all of them, but there's 69 guidelines that talk about rehab and exercise recommendations. There's 46 professional societies, including the one Dr. Richley mentioned, NCCN, that includes rehab and exercise. Every cancer type has a guideline that includes this, including myeloma. Cancer-related fatigue is common. There's a guideline for that too. Bone metastases. And this is pretty much everybody could benefit from some form of rehab or exercise. So question, this is a hand-raising one. The exercise recommendation for cancer patients, is it, raise your hand if you think it's A, it's more than the standard person, whatever a standard person is. Oh, we got like 2.5, 3 takers, 4. Okay, what about B, it's the same. Got more votes there. But what about less? C, it's less. Some of you guys didn't vote, but the answer is it is the same. So how are we doing as a multiple myeloma group? So first, let me tell you that the average American, or among Americans, about 23% are meeting guidelines. Multiple myeloma survivors during active treatment, it's around 7%, and that's rounding up. When you're off treatment, it's around 20%. And that's still lower than the average American, which is already really low. They're not doing very well. Maybe I should say we're not doing very well. All right, QR code again. This is a clinical resource for you. I will show some of these. I'll show some of the resources here in the next few slides, but I want you to have this so you can look through it on your own time. Okay, So if you scroll down, you should see these clinical resources. These are really great handouts I like to give to all my patients. We'll go through some of it. And so before we even say what the recommendation is, why exercise? You might be thinking, you know, I'm tired. Come on, I have cancer. I have bone lesions. That sounds crazy. Maybe you've heard it from your family. But you know, the goal is so you can feel better, sleep better, and move better. And so if you don't use it, what's the alternative? Yes. So you have a choice. You can choose to move or you can choose to not move. You always have that choice. And if you're thinking, I'm not an exerciser, that sounds like way too much for me, at least start with avoiding inactivity. So without further ado, here are the guidelines. For aerobic exercise, it's at least 150 minutes per week at moderate intensity. What that means is you can talk during, well, say you're walking quickly, you can talk, but you cannot sing. For resistance exercise, this is whole body resistance exercise, it's at least 2 times per week. And here are some of the benefits that I'll go into detail on the next slide, but this is all in that QR code, it's all in those handouts, so you don't have to take a picture now. All right, so this is for people who likes the details. And so it will tell you, the main thing I want you to notice is this is strong evidence. In rehab management, say like heating pack or certain physical therapy like exercises, like strengthening your quad, those tend not to have very strong evidence. This stands out that it's strong evidence, especially for cancer-related fatigue, where the strongest evidence is in exercise rather than any medication you can take. And so cancer-related fatigue, quality of life, physical function, mood, and lymphedema doesn't apply as much to you guys. So strong evidence for those. I want to point out bone health, resistance exercises 2 to 3 times a week, at least 3 to 4 times your body weight for at least 12 months can improve bone health. So let's talk about research. I'm a physician still, so let's talk about research. The short answer is there is none. No published studies on exercise, specifically in multiple myeloma. There are some studies on prehab protocols. There's some that are completed that haven't been published yet. There's some that are incomplete, but the research is really low here. So what is City of Hope doing? So one of those studies is a City of Hope study. I'm not directly involved in it, but I've talked to the person leading it. And it is a tele-exercise program for 8 weeks via an app targeted at patients with multiple myeloma after stem cell transplant in frail adults who have no specific limitation for exercise and that they're not already exercising more than 60 minutes per week. And why would we do such a study? Well, decreasing all-cause mortality is related to improving your physical function. Okay, but wait, Dr. Chang, something hurts. Ouch, something hurts. You want me to exercise? Are you crazy? Well, if it's not hurting more than mild pain and it's not hurting with weight bearing, like if it's your leg, putting your weight on it, if it's your arm, holding something, if this happens, do stop what you're doing. Offload, meaning, take that weight off, take weight off your leg, sit in a wheelchair. Find Dr. Krishnan over there. We need an x-ray. You might need radiation. You might need surgery to kind of stabilize the bone before it fractures. But that doesn't mean you get to not exercise anymore, because what's the alternative of not moving? You lose it, yes. And so keep exercising the other limbs. I highly doubt there's 3 limbs that are, or all 4 limbs are out at the same time with lesions that follow this. So yeah, keep moving. All right, and not people don't like surgery. especially if they feel like nothing's broken. So this is just to show that on the left side, you have increased survival. These numbers are bigger than the numbers here. You can live longer if you fix the bone, stabilize the bone before it fractures. And the converse is immediate post-op death. There's less of that if you fix the fracture, fix the bone before it fractures. So do find your physician once you're having that more than mild pain with weight bearing. All right, ready to move around a little bit? Okay, we'll start easy. We'll start with sitting, and a little bit of a precaution. If anything hurts more than mild with weight bearing, please don't do it. I won't judge you and your neighbors won't judge you, okay? So here is good posture with lumbar support. I didn't see anyone bring pillows today, but you know, a little bit of lumbar support to restore the normal spine curvature can offload the spine. If you lean forward, that increases the forces on your spinal column at least 2 times compared to when you're standing. And so it's a significant amount, especially if you have lesions in your spine already. So this is something that can be done preventively. Okay, now let's stand up and try this motion. This is with your arms crossed across your chest to begin with. That's the, don't do this. We like to do this all the time. I like to do this too. And then the other one is, try holding your hands behind your back. See how that feels on your back. Okay. Here's another one. Give me a 2 thumbs up for this presentation. Thank you. I didn't see everyone's thumbs. Okay, then put it down by your side and then turn it because you changed your mind. Turn them both back and see how that feels on your back. Okay, this next one's a little more challenging. This is try to pick something up from the ground or a virtual object, but in this position, or a shortstop. Pretend you're a shortstop, keeping your spine in good alignment. No falls, please. Don't do it if you're hesitant. Okay, this one's very challenging. If you have any lesion in your leg or your arm that's hurting with weight bearing, do not do this. I am not responsible. So this is, if you're picking up a light object, you can lift up your leg and pick it up like you're picking up a golf ball. Might be hard if there's peripheral neuropathy from the Velcade, but maybe a good exercise. Just please don't fall. Hold on to something if you need to. And at the end of the day, when you're brushing your teeth, I want you to remember you can put your arm on the sink to offload the effects of gravity on your spine. How many of you guys are office workers? Me too. Okay, so we could do this exercise periodically. I put in my own version of a chair because this is a lot more stable. I don't want anyone falling on this rolling chair. Okay, so things I think about. All right, and then walking, like we should all do for exercise, right? You know, no slouchy posture. You know, roll, get those thumbs, those hitchhiker thumbs, push them back, you know, turn them around. You want to swing at your shoulder. Big steps and swing at your shoulder. Okay. So lastly, you know, my favorite thing to do is to remove exercise barriers. In the clinic, that's specifically, you know, bones, joints, nerves, that kind of thing. But a lot of the exercise barrier is that people just don't have fun with exercising. It's boring. And so we need to find a way to make it enjoyable for you to actually do it. And so right now I want you guys to turn to a new friend or someone next to you, and I want you guys to spend a few minutes to talk about what you're going to do differently starting today and how you're going to make that fun.
You finished?
Did I run over?
It's okay. Did you have anything else you want to say? No, thank you. All right, go ahead. Okay. You can say. It's your thing.
Interact with me.
Okay. As long as they enjoy it, that's fine. And then when we finish, you can stay up here and sit on these chairs. I'm going to have the Q&A until 3. Okay, now, got 2 minutes? 1 more minute? Whatever you say. Now let's cut it.
All right, thank you everyone. Thanks for participating and talking to each other. I hope there were some great ideas that came from this. And so thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you. And you can thank me by exercising together. All right, so I'll pass it back to Greg.
Thanks. You just have a seat here. Dr. Lee? Where'd Dr. Lee go? Did we lose? Oh, there he is. If you could have a seat up here. And so we're going to finish. Can we turn off the projector? And we're just going to finish up with a Q&A until 3 o'clock. So if you have any questions, this is your chance. And Audrey, my colleague, again, is going to be going around. So we'll start, Audrey, back here.
Dr. Lee, I'm guessing. Who's going to get the first question?
I'm sure everyone's curious, like what part of integrative medicine is, or all of these wellness applications are covered by insurance, and is that changing?
So what I heard was what part of, say, integrative medicine or other activities are covered
Can you hold
by
it?
insurance?
Sorry, can you hold it closer?
Sorry. So the question was really about insurance coverage for things like integrative medicine and rehabilitation activities. So for integrative medicine, someone was asking me as well. Unfortunately, it's really hit or miss depending on your insurance. So acupuncture is gaining traction. So I think Medicare officially covers acupuncture for low back pain. When I was in Ohio, I actually started covering it for headache. I think on the West Coast, it's varies state by state as well. But you should inquire with your insurance companies. I know some companies, like I heard Kaiser out here, actually for their employees, they do cover things like acupuncture. I would say massage and meditation yoga is probably less well covered. But I think over time you're going to see it increasingly covered because of the evidence is growing. So, but definitely inquire with your insurance, and sometimes they'll cover, say, 10 or 15 treatments a year for different indications. And I'll let.
Insurance is definitely challenging. I'm currently working on kind of gathering intel from, the people who have been practicing in the area a little bit longer and have an understanding of which insurances work with which therapy centers. And, if, say, physical therapy isn't covered or there's difficulty getting occupational therapy, well, I have some friends, wink, wink, you can come talk to me and I'll see what I can do in terms of getting you some form of rehab and guidance for their needs. We'll find a way together.
I'm wondering how you feel about cannabis, and have you talked to patients about using that?
So I think that one's for me. Cannabis. I figured it would come up. So, there is some data around cannabis for certain indications. So many patients don't realize Marinol, which is synthesized THC, or dronabinol, is FDA approved for things like appetite and nausea. And so, forms of it are out there. Now, in Canada and Europe, it's more widely available. There are other forms of cannabis approved, nationally. There's growing data that it may have some benefit. So the National Academy of Sciences and Medicine published a review article, I think maybe 3-4 years ago, where they talked about, there's growing data around certain pain, muscle spasticity as well. I think that the NIH is actually realizing they have to help with the research, because it federally it's still Schedule 1, which means it's in the same categories like cocaine and LSD, which is theoretically has no medical benefit, but we're realizing there's data to say now there is probably benefit. And so we'll see if there's going to be national legislation to change that. Of course, in California, it is approved both medicinally and recreationally. I do tell patients that there's enough data to say that it might be reasonable to try either THC or CBD and THC for things like appetite and pain management. I think there's some preliminary data might be helpful for things like sleep or anxiety, but I think we need to do more research. I will say I actually got a R21 NCI-funded grant to do a pilot study of CBD versus CBD plus THC versus placebo for chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy. So I think you're going to see NIH, and actually NIH is really pushing for more research, including the NCI. So I think you're going to see more federal funding in this area so that we can grow the research base to have us have a better understanding of cannabis and its potential benefits as well as risks.
Hi. My question is for Dr. Krishnan, and it's like kind of basic question as far as whether or not remission has been reached. So my husband is 1 year post-transplant. He had in August of 21. And soon after that, his light chains were kind of just, they weren't skyrocketed. They came down quite a bit, but they're still above the range where the doctor wanted them. He has no M spike right now. Does that mean that he's in remission? Our doctor does not like to use that word, so we kind of just have what they called a stable response from the transplant team, but we're not quite sure if remission is where he is. We hear the word, but we don't know whether or not that's where he's at.
So, I think just in general, to make it a more general question applicable to everyone, what I could say is that there are set definitions of remission, and it's pretty easy to look up. I don't know if you have it as part of the Health 3 curriculum as a link too, but you can look up International Myeloma Working Group response criteria for myeloma. And you can literally, there's a table, and you can look and say, it says, this is the definition of complete remission, and it lists the factors you need. This is the definition of partial remission. This is the definition of minor remission, and this is the definition of stable disease. So it's pretty easy. You can go through it, and you can look and literally figure it out from there.
Thank you. This is probably related more to the first session, but as it was being talked about, maybe not necessarily advantages of using MRD testing to determine deep remission status. Wondering about, I've heard about the BCMA monitoring blood tests, that's in a study, and just wondering if that's going to be a helpful tool, especially thinking about becoming non-secretory, and wondering if that will be helpful.
So, there is measures of soluble BCMA. We've tended to use that more in CAR T-cell therapy, and we're interested in it to see, does that affect response to CAR T therapy? The question about using it for people who don't have measurable standard protein, I think in a way, to be honest, it's going to not be as useful eventually. Number one, it has to be validated in large numbers of patients compared to other ways of testing, so that takes a while and it hasn't been done yet. The second part is really there's a different way of measuring protein in the blood. It's called mass spectrometry. So the Mayo Clinic actually has changed completely, and they don't do the traditional electrophoresis anymore. They've moved everyone to mass spec, and mass spec is much more sensitive, including picking up people who we thought were traditionally not making protein by regular methods. So I actually think it's much more that we're going to all end up, we're actually looking and trying to get mass spec at City of Hope as well, and I think more and more centers are looking at that.
Hi, I have a question for Dr. Chang and Dr. Lee, so I'll ask both. So, for Dr. Chang, my question is, especially for a lot of bone damage, for some myeloma patients, are when you're referring certain exercises or physical therapy, are you reviewing the MRIs, and like CT scans, and to look at where the lesions are for certain types, of exercises or physical therapy? So that's my first question for you, and then do you want me to wait before she answers to ask the question for Dr. Lee? Okay, so we'll wait.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And yes, I definitely look at imaging. There may be, for example, back pain is very common. There may be a lesion there, but the question would be, is the back pain due to that lesion, or is it myofascial pain, or is it something else? Is it in the right spot? And so kind of identifying what the pain generator is very important, and imaging is definitely a consideration. And the second part, how does that, in terms of prescribing exercises, working with physical therapy. So I work very closely with the therapist, and I would have to, do in-services or talk about weight-bearing precautions if that's necessary, how much pain is there, which movements put force on, say, the leg, like if you go upstairs or walking, that's weight on it. And then if you add weights in your arms, that's putting even more weight through it. So certain exercises, like closed chain exercises. So, in the gym, sometimes people like to do their legs. They're on a seat like this, and there's a plate, and they're doing squats, kind of seated. That's a closed chain exercise where you're jamming your femur. And so with forces on both sides. And so if there's a bone lesion at the femur and it's causing pain, the more you push on it, I would say stop that exercise. So being aware of what type of exercise is doing what, putting what forces on the bone where the lesion is, and figuring out, is that the cause of the pain, or is it something else that we can treat?
Okay, and my next question, Dr. Lee, when I had never heard of an integrative medicine doctor, so now after your presentation, I'm wondering, as a doctor, are you reviewing a patient's, all of their labs, like other parts, like you were talking about, their heart condition or liver condition, or, how are you, all the other possible comorbidities when you're trying to integrate, medicine into their myeloma care?
So the question is about how much you integrate kind of all their other comorbidities and other laboratory workup, medical workup that's been done. Absolutely. So as much as possible, I try to look at everything that's available in the chart. Try to look at everything that's available in the chart, including liver function, kidney function. What kind of treatment are they receiving? Are they a stem cell transplant patient or not? And then do they have other comorbidities that might be contributing to the different symptoms that they're having? Because I do, it's kind of like Dr. Chang was mentioning, he's like trying to think about whatever the symptom is, what's the root cause of that? I don't want to just, if they have pain, I don't want to just treat the pain with acupuncture. If it's really related to, a bony lesion that might be about to fracture, well then, maybe that patient needs radiation. We can use acupuncture to treat pain, but ultimately they need radiation to that spot to help, treat the cancer itself. So yes, we want to try to look at all aspects and really get to the root cause.
Right. I found out that when I have lower back pain, if I lay down on my back and lift my legs up straight, pain will go away. And if you do that every day, you won't have lower back pain. And from that, you lift your legs up and you can walk or spread them out, do all kinds of exercises from that. It works great.
What do you think of that?
I think that's a wonderful comment, and let me extrapolate a little bit. First, there's many different reasons for back pain. It could be cancer, it could be the muscle, it could be the core weakness, it could be the facets, the discs, it could be a radiculopathy, a nerve impingement, stenosis, cancer. There's so many different reasons. What he's pointing at, that exercise of lifting your legs, that activates the core, which is commonly not toned. And when that is more toned, it allows your back muscles to relax. And so I would suspect that his type of back pain might be because of, myofascial, like muscle tightness. And so when he activates his core regularly to tone his core muscles, he finds relief.
First, I'm trying to figure out how to make sure that this turns into a question and rather it's compared to a comment, because I'm like jumping up and down with joy to hear what you guys are saying. And it's also a plug for HealthTree, because it's not until I got involved with HealthTree, and I'm one of the early ones from 2018, from the summer tour, that things like diet and integrative medicine and physiatry, whatever we're calling it today, which is totally new to me, until I really became aware of that, because I've been reaching out to doctors for years. I'm a 15-year survivor, and I would say once I got past like 7-8 years, I thought, shit, I'm not going to die of this that quickly, and it seems like I'm hanging in there. And so now, like, what do I do to make sure that I die? I made this comment to somebody earlier. I think they thought I was nuts. I want to die of myeloma. I don't want to die of heart disease or diabetes or, crack my back or whatever. And that might sound really bizarre, but I think it expresses that I want to keep myself as healthy as possible. So obviously I am making a comment, and I apologize. But so you guys are up in Orange County, and this is how I think I can bring it into a form of question. I have searched in San Diego. I have gone to somebody who's supposedly integrative, and I've gone to somebody else, and the resources are so thin. It's what you guys are on. It's amazing that you're cutting edge. Like, how can ancient Chinese medicine be cutting edge? Like, how bizarre is that? But it is. And it's very, very hard to find the help. So the specific question, if I ever get to it, is there value in perhaps doing a consult with each of you? I can drive up to Orange County and do that, but it's not practical that I'm going to come up every week and see you there. So what kind of mechanisms, if any, have you got for a one-time or two-time or whatever consult that we can then take back? And now that I know exactly what I'm looking for, now I can figure out, or maybe with your help, how do I get it in San Diego? Or how do I get it in Podunk, Iowa, or whatever? Is that a fair question to take my comment from?
Yep, no, I think that's a very good question. I agree. I think probably both for integrative oncology and for cancer rehab, there's probably not enough physicians who are trained specifically in this area. So it's hard to get see someone as specialized as we are in every part of the country. So I think it's just like seeing an expert like Dr. Krishnan for a second opinion. And I see patients from far away from San Diego and other areas who want to have an integrative oncology consultation, and then I can try to help them think about things they could do on their own. With the pandemic, a lot of things are online now, so there's a lot of other options you can do on your own. So we're happy to help see patients. I do see patients in Duarte as well. And then we are going to try to grow our program. And as you probably heard, City of Hope is really growing. With Orange County, and we also have acquired Cancer Treatment Centers of America, so Chicago, Atlanta, Phoenix. So we're really trying to get our services to as many parts of the country. And so I think you're going to see both integrative oncology grow, cancer rehab grow, and be able to offer services at more than just the main campuses, and try to get it out to the community as well.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that you pointed out, that access is a big issue. And for cancer rehabilitation fellowship trained physicians, I'm the third one in Southern California. A few years ago, there was one. And so it's very shocking given how much, even today, you saw the hands raised, how much perceived need there might be. And, you know, I'm one person. So right now we are seeing consults in person. And depending on the issue, you know, some people with more physical issues, like I cannot do deep tendon reflexes, do the knee jerk, like virtually. But there are a lot of things we can do virtually. And so right now the system is, you know, at least one in person, and we have mechanisms to follow up by video. And one of the things I like to think about is who is around you, what resources are around you, so that you can see someone in your area to make it feasible for you. And I would try to contact my network, my professional society, and do whatever I can to try to direct you to the right place.
One more question for Dr. Krishnan about the Revlimid medication. So this is actually a question coming from my husband. So he's concerned about the reaction to Revlimid to me as his caregiver and his wife. Now we've discussed this with our doctor before about whether or not Revlimid is harmful to me through sexual activities, and she has said that it was fine. But in research, he has seen a lot of different takes on whether or not it's dangerous for me, since we're in our 40s and with an active sex life coming out of transplant a year now. He's kind of concerned about that.
So let me let me go a little bit back into the history of what Revlimid is. So it actually came from a drug. Initially, it was a drug called thalidomide. So thalidomide was used, I think, in the 60s or 70s, and it was given to pregnant women, I think, for nausea. And what happened was babies were born without limbs. It's called phocomelia, and they found it was from thalidomide. So obviously the drug got withdrawn. It suddenly got reintroduced. It was actually a treatment for leprosy. And then it was used actually in Arkansas for a patient with very advanced myeloma. And lo and behold, this patient was going to hospice. And I know one of his doctors on his team, like, oh, it couldn't hurt. It's a pill. Why not? The patient's wife actually did the research. And lo and behold, it worked. Things were a lot easier to get trials done then, so they did a trial, got published in the New England Journal, showing thalidomide worked for treating myeloma. Now, the FDA did say, because of the history of thalidomide, we will allow it to get back on the market. But as you will all know, you can't just get a prescription, go to CVS, and pick up your thalidomide. It's given through a program called REMS. And REMS isn't just for thalidomide. REMS is also for CAR T cells. It's for teclistamab. It's a program that maximizes benefit and tries to minimize risk to patients. And so I don't remember what the REMS stands for. Forgive me, but what that means, so every drug that's in a REMS program, there are different rules for the doctor and rules for the patient. So Revlimid, being in the same family as thalidomide, follows the same REMS program, which means that patients have to take a pregnancy test each month, or they have to agree to using 2 forms of contraception and sign a contract. As many of you know, you have to take the online survey as well before that drug can get dispensed each month. So those are the rules for prescribing that drug. Those are pretty steadfast rules. So,
and we're nearing the end. I'm going to ask 2 online questions. One of the points about a roundtable is that it's basically a one-room classroom. We've got experienced seniors and we've got first graders and we've got everything in between. And so no question is a bad question, but this is an important one, especially for the newbies. What's the difference between multiple myeloma and extramedullary disease? Are they 2 different diseases? Do you treat them differently?
So Yeah, I think that just speaks to how unfortunately we're bad at terminology and make things confusing for patients. So medulla is basically marrow. Extramedullary means disease outside the bone marrow. Multiple myeloma just speaks to that myeloma is usually throughout the body. You don't always see it throughout the body, but multiple sites of disease. Extramedullary just means that there can be sites of myeloma that are outside the bone marrow. That's it.
And then one final question. This is for Dr. Krishnan. Have you ever had any experience of treating a patient who reverts back to an MGUS-like state after therapy? And if so, what does that tell you?
So absolutely, there's this phenomenon where we have patients who still have a persistent M protein, usually very low levels, that just lingers for years and years. And I have patients like this. I have someone who actually, if I think about it, she had a transplant in 2003, relapsed, got Revlimid, which actually wasn't FDA approved then, got it on a trial at Cedars, and then actually went off of it for because it was a trial, it stopped. Hasn't had any therapy, but she still has an M protein of 0.1. She's had that for probably over a decade. So she likely has gone back into this MGUS state. The problem is you don't know it until you have the luxury of hindsight. And so we do know that there are such patients, but we can't identify them up front.
Thank you. One of the, for all of you, when putting together meetings like this, it's just as important to figure out what you're going to leave out as it is what you're going to talk about. We left out a lot today, and you are still overwhelmed, I bet. And especially if you're a newbie, you're really overwhelmed. So in that case, I'm always available. Jenny's always available. Everybody in our staff is always available. You can always call us. And if you have questions, and we have professional people that will help you. So if you find that you only understood 10% of what's going on today, you are 100% ahead of your peers. And so that's very, very important. My last word is, when I began working in myeloma in 1998, there were 40,000 Americans living with myeloma, and most of them were not living very well. In 2017, there were 120,000 Americans living with myeloma. Based on the projections that we could figure out, we figured by the end of this year, that would translate to about 170,000 Americans living with myeloma. Now that we've re-looked at the statistics that have come out from the National Cancer Institute, there are an additional 20,000 Americans living every year with myeloma moving forward. That's an indication of how good the therapies are and how they're getting better and how that number is going to increase. So instead of 170,000 Americans living with myeloma at the end of this year, there are more likely 220,000 Americans living with myeloma this year. So the news is good in the aggregate, in the big picture. In the small picture, you really could care less about that. But just remember, the big picture is good, and we are trying to get you into that as much as possible. And that's what these meetings are about, to get you to understand, not to be an expert on myeloma, but that you have enough information to ask the right questions of your healthcare teams when you go in. And with that, I'm going to turn over the last word to Jenny, and Jenny will conclude the day for us. Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank you for coming today, and I want to thank these amazing doctors. Can we give them another hand? Thanks. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us and being cold in this room. But thank you for your amazing information. As you can see, people who specialize in multiple myeloma have a unique skill set. So please, please, please search them out and use them when you're diagnosed, when you're trying to make a treatment decision, and it'll just make the biggest difference for you. So thank you again for coming. We appreciate you all.
Thank you for joining us for today's Health Tree Roundtable for Multiple Myeloma. You can re-watch this meeting on our YouTube channel or by visiting healthtree.org. We'd like to thank our myeloma experts who have volunteered their time to help educate myeloma patients like you. We'd like to thank our sponsors once again for their continued support, and we invite you to attend future roundtable events.
The Health Tree Foundation for Multiple Myeloma provides a set of rich programs and tools for all myeloma patients at every stage of care. We put patients first in everything that we do, from the creation of new programs to the design of our tools. Our programs are meant to accomplish two goals: to support and educate patients and caregivers, and to advance a myeloma cure. We've created remarkable programs that we hope help you become a better self-advocate so you can obtain your very best outcomes. As a myeloma patient myself, these programs are what I wanted when I was diagnosed. I hope you can take advantage of these very valuable resources to successfully navigate your myeloma and to help us accelerate a myeloma cure. The Health Tree for Multiple Myeloma news site is a news feed of relevant information about myeloma in patient-friendly language. We are lucky that so much development is being done in myeloma, but that also means we need to stay up to date as things are changing quickly. Subscribe to the weekly newsletter so you can follow major advancements, read patient stories, use the search button to search over 10 years of information about myeloma, find a myeloma specialist for a second opinion in our directory, or learn from additional resources on this valuable site.
The goal of our Health Tree for Multiple Myeloma community events program is to connect, educate, and support patients and caregivers on different aspects of myeloma. We have chapters or different groups based on topic or geographic area that meet regularly online. For example, we have geographic chapters in Southern California, Florida, and the Northeast, Southeast, and Mountain West regions of the United States. We have chapters that meet based on topics of interest like fitness and nutrition, immunotherapy, or even stages of diagnosis like a chapter for newly diagnosed or relapsed refractory patients. We have chapter groups dedicated to rare forms of myeloma or related diseases like amyloidosis, non-secretory myeloma, and plasma cell leukemia. We also have chapters for African Americans and patients that speak Spanish. Forming these groups creates a powerful bond, a larger network, and incredible research opportunities as we join together virtually and occasionally in person once a month. It's a privilege to get to know so many myeloma patients, caregivers, physicians, and supporters intimately and support them in their journey. I absolutely love my job.
Health Tree Myeloma Roundtables are live patient education events featuring top myeloma experts. They're designed to provide in-depth and accessible overviews of the landscape of particular myeloma issues for novice and veteran patients. Myeloma Roundtables teach about particular topics in myeloma, not just basics. They help put things into context for patients to learn and understand more about their disease and how to best live with it until cures are achieved. Whether you're newly diagnosed or relapsed refractory, want to learn about myeloma testing, genetics, side effects, or the latest research in cutting-edge therapies, Myeloma Roundtables are for you. Each has moderated discussions, and the best thing I think about our Myeloma Roundtables is that they always have extensive time set aside for the audience to ask questions of the full faculty. This allows for interaction among the speakers and often provides insights that can't be found in papers and studies. Our goal is to help you ask the best questions so that you can have more productive visits with your healthcare team. We host 6 roundtables each year throughout the nation, and we live stream, record, and post each event on our website. We call them roundtables because we believe everyone touched by myeloma, patients, caregivers, family members, researchers, physicians, nurses, and anyone else who comes into contact with myeloma patients deserves a front seat at the table when it comes to the best diagnosis, the best treatment, and a realistic path to a cure.
Whether you are a caregiver or a myeloma patient, the Health Tree Myeloma Coach program is designed to help you find one-on-one support to fit your needs. You might be looking for emotional support, more information about myeloma, or just someone to talk to. No matter what you're looking for, coaches are trained volunteers and offer their personal experiences and resources to help. You can find a coach in your location or with specific areas of experience that would be helpful to you. You can connect in a way that works best for both of you, by phone, email, video chat, or in person. You might even want to become a coach yourself to help someone else on their journey. Orientation and training are provided to the coaches using our extensive HealthTree University curriculum, so answers to common questions are never far away. It's the personal experience that sets HealthTree Myeloma coaches apart. Having myeloma can feel so lonely and isolating. When my husband was diagnosed with myeloma over 7 years ago, I wanted to talk to someone who was close to my age, balancing children at home, working, and caregiving, to learn how they did it and what had helped them. I wanted to talk to someone who could personally relate to what I was experiencing. The HealthTree Myeloma Coach program can provide these types of connections. Knowing there are others who can relate can make all of the difference. I love leading this program because it truly helps us meet people where they are, provide personalized resources and support, and shows patients they can live a happy and full life, even with a myeloma diagnosis.
Educated and empowered patients tend to have better outcomes. HealthTree University for Multiple Myeloma is designed as an online myeloma curriculum to meet all myeloma educational needs, whether you are a newly diagnosed myeloma patient or a myeloma patient expert. HealthTree University includes dozens of online courses with hundreds of lessons. Each course consists of multiple video lessons focused around a single topic. These lessons are taught by the myeloma experts who are world-renowned and treat hundreds of myeloma patients each year. They are the leading researchers in the field, with their findings being published in well-respected medical journals. The lessons also include video animations and graphics to help make difficult concepts easier to understand. Quizzes follow each lesson to evaluate the understanding of the topic. HealthTree University is continuously updated as the myeloma landscape changes. We are constantly interviewing myeloma experts at our roundtable meetings and key myeloma academic meetings to keep the curriculum up to date. When I was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, I believed in Doctor Knows Best, and I blindly followed my doctor's orders. As I've become more experienced, and as a former teacher, I realized the importance of arming patients with the information in HealthTree University. I want you to make informed decisions and become your own best advocate.
HealthTree's Black Myeloma Health Program is aimed at increasing awareness, education, outreach, and advocacy in our Black communities. I understand the need personally as a myeloma caregiver to my husband. We offer help and support for those who are on this myeloma journey, a blood cancer that African Americans are 2 to 3 times more likely to develop. We also have a higher incidence of the precursor conditions MGUS and smoldering myeloma. Our programs aim to promote awareness, education, outreach, and advocacy to this patient group. We are doing this by creating a blackmyelomahealth.org website, teaching the Black community about the signs and symptoms of myeloma, taking our programs and events into the Black communities where health and wellness education is perhaps not free-flowing, partnering with Black organizations to perform greater community outreach and awareness, growing our African American Facebook group and HealthTree community chapter, and creating education in HealthTree University for the Black community. Taken together, we strengthen our African American communities and we effectuate positive change.
The HealthTree podcast for multiple myeloma was our very first program that connects patients with myeloma researchers. In the podcast, I interview top myeloma researchers about key myeloma topics and about clinical trials. Finding and joining clinical trials is not an easy task for patients. We need to understand what trials are open, who can join, and which patients are the best fit. So to date, I've interviewed over 150 myeloma experts to connect you with their open clinical trials. The program's been viewed or listened to by over 2 million readers and listeners and continues to be one of our most popular programs.
Exercise has many benefits for patients, including reduction of fatigue, decreased fall risk, improved mood, and overall better quality of life. One of the most important benefits for patients is that being fit can maximize the number of treatment options available to you. Our HealthTree Moves program was created to build community and increase movement. Throughout the year, we have a range of fitness challenges in our mobile HealthTree Moves app. that is designed for all fitness levels with the goal to stay accountable and continue or increase activity. We have found through these challenges that participants are motivated to hit the goals they set for themselves because they have a group of others to do it with. We are also expanding our HealthTree Moves program with a growing 5K and 1 mile series, so watch in your area for an upcoming event. Our goal is to bring awareness, build community, and get moving together.
HealthTree Cure Hub is a patient tool that helps you navigate your myeloma and at the same time accelerate a myeloma cure. We built HealthTree Cure Hub to provide you with easy-to-use, everyday tools that will help you make better treatment decisions in partnership with your healthcare team. In Cure Hub, you can track all your myeloma labs in a single place so you don't have to create or maintain a separate spreadsheet. Cure Hub can help you look ahead and find a list of treatment options personalized just for you that you can consider based on your prior therapies, genetics, and other factors. HealthTree Cure Hub can also search through hundreds of open myeloma clinical trials and narrow the list down to only those you are eligible to join. You can find and connect with patients that have similar experiences or genetics using our Twin Machine technology. You can also use our side effect feature, where you can see hundreds of side effects and thousands of crowdsourced solutions provided by patients. Learn from your peers to see what worked and what didn't to manage the most common myeloma side effects. I encourage you to sign up for HealthTree Cure Hub and investigate all the tools provided to help you make the best decisions possible.
More than 11,000 patients have joined HealthTree Cure Hub to contribute to research aimed at accelerating the cure for multiple myeloma. Because so many patients like you have contributed your myeloma story, we can now use this real-world data to reach faster conclusions and answer key questions such as, what are the best induction therapies? How are patients making treatment decisions at relapse? What are the best treatments for specific genetic subtypes? What are the outcomes of novel treatments like CAR T therapy?
Patients have pressing health questions. Therefore, we need a practical way to help inform these key treatment decisions today.
Our HealthTree for Multiple Myeloma research program partners with investigators to answer critical medical questions.
We facilitate the ability to run queries on anonymized data and enable investigators to ask you questions.
We would like to thank you for contributing and responding to these surveys and participating in the research.
Because when you do, you improve clinical care in the immediate future.
If you haven't already, please join us in HealthTree Cure Hub to contribute to answering the critical questions myeloma patients and researchers are asking today, and to help us drive faster to a myeloma cure.
As we identified the tools you needed to successfully navigate your myeloma, we realized that third-party software was not going to be ideal. It was too disjointed and it didn't work the way you wanted it to. We have now built over 10 integrated software tools to support myeloma patients and caregivers. Nothing like it exists for any other disease, anywhere. To make it easier for you, each tool is part of a software suite where you can create one account using single sign-on. We use the latest technology and security methodologies to ensure your information is safe. Our development team of over 12 members ensures that we will continue to support you as we add new products and services that we roll into the HealthTree platform. We listen and respond to your input, so please feel free to share your thoughts so we can make the platform even better over time.
HealthTree for Multiple Myeloma has a diverse team of patient navigators who are always happy to help by phone or online chat. For newly diagnosed patients, knowing where to start can feel overwhelming. Our team can help you understand your disease, your type of myeloma, and suggest questions you may want to ask to your care team. We can help connect with a myeloma expert and explain HealthTree resources that can help you navigate your individual situation. For relapsed and more experienced patients, we can guide you through resources you may have not known existed. For example, understanding and keeping track of your myeloma is an important way to better advocate for your own care. Our team provides support for HealthTree Cure Hub, a tool that helps you navigate your myeloma while also helping move myeloma research forward. Our medical experts can help you gather all of your medical information into a single place, even for multiple facilities. This helps you keep an eye on your myeloma markers and track your key labs so you can more easily watch for relapse and ask better questions in the clinic about your next potential therapy.
Our team includes African American patient navigators and Spanish-speaking patient navigators to provide more personalized support for those who may need it. Let us help you prepare for upcoming clinic appointments or better understand your disease by calling 800-709-1113. As always, we're happy to help.
For more information about our programs, visit healthtree.org.